For the record, Councilmember Fimbres is attending this meeting electronically. Items 1 and 2.
Item 1 is an executive session noticed as Executive Session State ACRD Arizona Civil Rights Division versus City of Tucson, Maricopa County Superior Court Case Number CV 2022-011416 and Tucson Police Officers Association TPOA et al. Versus City of Tucson et al. Pima County Superior Court Case Number C 2021-3869 and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-43103A3 and A4.
May I have a motion to go into executive session,
So
please?
moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. We'll see you back in 30 minutes. Council will stand in session again. May I have a motion to come back into study session?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Motion passes. What is the council's pleasure on item 2?
Honorable Mayor, I would ask for a motion that authorizes and directs the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session with respect to these legal matters. The city attorney is authorized to execute a consent decree with the Attorney General's office with respect to the ACRD matters, subject to the terms and conditions discussed in executive session.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved, Richard Freeman.
There's a motion.
Second, Your Honor.
There's a second to the motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I hear some, no? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much, really appreciate. That's all you needed from us, Mr. Attorney? Okay, we move on to item 3. I have requested this time for Mayor and Council to receive an update on the efforts to support housing unsheltered persons and how the city is addressing the concerns expressed by residents and business owners in Tucson. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Assistant City Manager Liz Morales. I know that Brandy Champion, our Housing First Program Manager, and Amaris Vasquez, our Multi-Agency Resource Coordinator, are all here for this item. Approximately 1 year ago, I began placing monthly updates on mayor and council agendas with the intention of providing information to both mayor and council and our larger community on a regular basis regarding unsheltered homelessness and community safety as well as affordable housing. We alternate on this particular item between Housing First, our strategic solutions for unsheltered homelessness, affordable housing, community and public safety, et cetera. It's really important to be accurate and disseminate factual information to the community. Today's update will help us all understand the City of Tucson's Housing First program, the way our program interfaces with other nonprofit groups and providers throughout Tucson and Pima County, and to provide shelter to our unhoused neighbors. We'll also have an update to help us all understand the complexities of the funding sources the City of Tucson is leveraging to implement our housing affordability strategy for Tucson and to provide emergency shelter for our community safety and public safety for our residents and business owners. There is incorrect information floating around, and this presentation, along with our budget item, will help correct the information for the record. Mr. Manager, please start us off on this item.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. So, Mayor, as you mentioned, I'd like to get a little bit long-winded with this presentation just to make sure that you all have accurate information and that you can then use that to maybe dispel some of the inaccurate info that's out in the community. One of the things is, as Liz and Brandy give their presentations, I'd like you to think about is the magnitude of what you all have directed us to invest. And it's not a singular piece in the general fund or a singular piece in a department, but actually a very deliberate and strategic investment that encompasses many, many departments and many, many funds throughout the organization. So I'm going to turn it over to Liz, and at the end I'll come back and give you some examples of how some of the departments actually are engaged in not only housing affordability, but also addressing some of our unsheltered homelessness challenges. Liz? And by the way, Mayor, I do want to introduce Liz Morales, the newest addition to the city manager's team as our new assistant city manager over public works. So Liz?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Manager, and Honorable Mayor and members of council. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm going to ask Brandy to start us off on an update on all the work she's doing with Housing First.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, thank you for allowing me to present today. I'm going to give you an overview of the first 18 months of Housing First. I'm really excited to share some really good outcomes with you all. The Housing First program began in October of 2021, and in a little over a year and a half, we've learned so much about how to deliver services and housing to our unsheltered community. Outreach in that time that started back in 2017 with 2 people, now consists of 6 staff in various outreach positions and has served a total of 1,017 persons since October 21, and has housed 163 folks in that time. Coordinated entry navigation consists of 2 staff and serve as housing and services assessment access points for our community, as well as assisting folks with document collection and housing applications. And since October of 2021, they have served 651 persons and housed 197 of those, and that's separate from the outreach. Outreach is designed to assess a person's immediate needs through housing assessment and engagement. And while some clients don't want anything necessarily other than water or a meal kit at the time, many others want to come indoors and are hesitant about leaving their encampment. But through meaningful engagement, eventually folks want to come inside into low barrier situations. Sometimes they decide right away if a bed is available for them. And sometimes it takes some trust building and meaningful engagement to get them to do that. Since October of 2021, outreach has grown immensely, and we've outreached to a lot of different encampments in the area. Housing First, in collaboration with Tucson Pima Collaboration to End Homelessness and the Continuum of Care staff, lead a monthly outreach and navigation meeting. It's a coalition, and we meet at the El Pueblo Community Safety Hub, and where several other agencies participate in that meeting: Primavera, Our Family Services, Old Pueblo Community Services, the VA, Community Bridges, Goodwill, Pima County, and many others participate in that. It's leadership and their outreach and navigation staff so that we can provide program updates, resources, community collaborations, and upcoming community events. Across all City of Tucson non-congregate shelters, which include Wildcat, Oracle, No-Tell, and Desert Cove, between October 2021 and May of 2023, 678 persons received shelter services, and of those, 275 were housed. Oracle served a total of 131 in that time frame, housing 53. Oracle's been open since 2017, and this number is just from October 2021. Wildcat opened in February of 22 and have served 327 households and housed 178 people.
Brandy, I'm sorry to interrupt, but when you say housed, is that permanently housed?
Permanently housed in either a voucher, a permanent supportive housing program, or self-resolution. They come in, they get employed, they get their income settled, and then they go into housing. So.
Okay.
Desert Cove, which has been open since February of 2022, served 160 and housed 17 folks. And No-Tell, which has been open since October of 2022, served 60 and housed 27 of those. So, I mean, if we just look at the difference between having your hands on a person and working them through the whole process from outreach to housed, Oracle had a 40% success rate of housing. That's pretty good for a shelter. Shelters are usually you're in, you get a place to sleep for the night, and then you're out. Wildcat, 54% of the people that they've served were housed. Desert Cove, a little less at 11%, and No-Tell, 45%. So those are some pretty good numbers there. Residents at Oracle and No-Tell will soon transition to permanent housing or other shelters due to us closing that property down and getting ready for the Milagro project. Amazon Hotel will be opening on June 15th to absorb that. So we'll be temporarily using the Amazon until we're ready to rehab early in 2024 for that transition of those folks. So between October 2021 and May 2023, the Housing First team has successfully housed 635 households. They've moved into permanent housing through vouchers, permanent supportive housing, rapid rehousing, self-resolutions. It's incredible. In collaboration with outside organizations like El Rio, OPCS, CBI, Community Medical Services, La Frontera, Cornerstone, Sonder Care, and others, the following services have been provided while people are in shelter at our various sites: medical and mental health care and referral, MAT services, which are your medical assisted treatment services for people that have opioid addiction, access to mental health treatment and detox, warrant resolution, document collection, housing application assistance, referral to community safety, health, and wellness, which we work with very closely for care coordination, referral to HEART, which is our Housing Emergency Action Response Team, and our Crowd to Home, which help people while they're in their housing, maintain their housing, for stabilization and case management services, navigation through apartment search, food security services, community reintegration, and life skills. The average time from someone experiencing homelessness, from encountering them in an encampment, providing sufficient outreach to them, agreeing to come indoors, and walking them through the necessary documentation collection and vouchering process is approximately 4 to 6 months at this time. And what we've learned is, now that we know that time frame, and we've learned how to better streamline IDs by working with DMV for vouchers for IDs instead of walking in each time. We've learned to streamline that, and over the next several months, we'll be streamlining that time frame. This is provided that there's no criminal justice warrants and the person's rental history is not tarnished by evictions. Otherwise, this process can take a little longer. Housing First has had people in shelter that have gone into public housing within 21 days. So we know it can be done. It's just a matter of working through those processes. Timeframes depend on public housing availability and processing capacity as well. So coordination with other shelters in the community, such as OPCS, Primavera Men's, Gospel Rescue Mission, Salvation Army, Pathways, and Pima County, is absolutely necessary for emergent and successful sheltering of people in many cases. Like you say, it takes everybody collaborating. It's not just a one department, a city-only issue. This is something that I feel this mayor and council have been very supportive of, is the collaboration and the reach that we've been able to get in our little division. So let me see. I'm sorry. So the Housing First team has been successful not only in working with outreach and navigation, but working with some of the most vulnerable people in our in our community that are unhoused or vulnerably housed. We plan to continue housing these folks and keeping them supported with HEART and Crowd to Home. We know that critical, wraparound services are necessary in order for people to maintain their housing and stay in their housing. In our shower program, Housing First has served 94 individuals since the inception in January. We did have to give that mobile shower back in March to Salvation Army so that they could prepare for wildfire season. We did receive our own at the City of Tucson on May 23rd, and they are decaling it and getting it ready and making sure that it's safe to drive around. So we should have that going no later than June 15th. And some of the places that we'll be going will be like Goodwill Metro, St. Francis, Casa Maria's, Primavera Drop-In Center, Caridad Kitchens, and we're working with somebody from Stand Up for Kids to go there as well. So, and that concludes my update. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. I just wanted to open it up for our colleagues on the council. I really appreciate this update. I think that, as you mentioned, working with other nonprofit organizations and other jurisdictions has been key to the work with our Housing First program. And anytime that we're working on an evidence-based approach like Housing First, a lot of people want to or take a position of it's either or, either Housing First or Treatment First. And for me, it's everything and all of it. It really is about working interjurisdictionally. It's been a blessing to have meetings with Chair Grijalva and John Lesher over at the Board of Supervisors. It has been incredible to bring to the table anytime we need to bring Chief Casmar or our county attorney or the court system that we're starting to try and untangle, to be able to get to a complex issue that really shouldn't be the responsibility of just the city of Tucson to figure out. And so, but all of this in 18 months, incredible work that you're doing, Brandy, you and your team, and everyone involved, including our regional coordinator, including TPD, which does incredible work to help in terms of community and public safety, our nonprofit partners, everyone involved. We've been able to get tangible results of housing people and putting them through the housing continuum that is most appropriate for them. Saying all that, I will never say that it's enough, right? There's so much work that still needs to get done. There's so much need out in the community that we can only stretch so much, but what we're doing is really working. And for me, I just want you to repeat one number, which is permanently housed folks. From unsheltered homeless to permanently housed folks, how many have we been able in 18 months to permanently house?
635.
That's incredible. That is incredible. That is incredible, and the work that you're doing is really paying dividends, and it is a long-term, not a quick and dirty solution. It is a long-term solution for not just the benefit of neighborhoods and businesses, but for the benefit of those individual human beings and their family. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. This is wonderful work. And again, not the end, not everything that we have to do, but it's taking us in a path that is transformative and that is changing the way the systems and structures that the city of Tucson is putting forward for hopefully decades to come. So very proud of the work that this particular mayor and council are doing to serve our community. Any comments or questions? Councilwoman Lee, Councilmember Dahl, and then Councilmember Santa Cruz. And I believe
Mayor, I have a question too.
Richard will come to you. I'll let you know when you can come in.
Well, I just want to give an amen to everything that the mayor said. A small but incredibly mighty team, Brandy. The work that you all have been able to do is so impressive. I have a lot of questions, but I'm going to kind of try to boil it down to just a couple things. You know, the work that you've done is phenomenal. I am just curious, Mayor, as you mentioned, it's not just the city of Tucson, it's the state, it's the county, it's the federal government, it's everybody. What are the things that you're seeing that are common trends from the 40, 50-ish% housed and the folks that are not making it across the finish line? What are some themes that you're seeing are areas for opportunity there?
I think definitely beefing up on our treatment services and substance use services would be helpful. As the mayor mentioned, it takes a multifaceted approach, and having more resources that don't require an economic level to go into, a treatment option that's free or very, very low income or takes access or things of that nature is needed in our community.
Mental health treatment and
Mental health too.
Detox.
Mental health, detox, substance use. Mental health is a big one. We see a lot of times people released with very high acuity and there's just not a lot of resources. You know, some of our mental health providers are overburdened, so more dollars in that realm could really help.
Thank you. That's all I'm curious. How do we get to 100 and who needs to be at the table with us? That's all, Mayor.
Councilmember Dahl and then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. It's always very difficult to follow the mayor. She hit all the high points. I want to thank the manager for the great move bringing Liz into your immediate team, and condolences, congratulations, Liz, to you. And Brandy, thanks for the presentation. You and the mayor nailed it on the head. It's not you, but people in your immediate team, other people in the city, our many nonprofit partners. We're working hard, and it really shows. Thank you so much.
And then just before I hand it to you, Councilmember Santa Cruz, we do have a second piece, maybe even a third piece to this presentation. So I just wanted to allow for the housing first portion and then have Liz present the second portion on the affordable housing piece. But go ahead, Councilmember, and then we'll go to you, Councilmember Fimbres.
No, I too wanted to thank you, Brandy, for all your work. I know that you're on the ground and you see a lot. And thank you for not losing hope that things can be better for our community. And I think I saw that from the first time we went through the Wildcat Inn, and you continue to show up in that way, very steady. So thank you for your leadership in that respect. I had a question around how the property handling pilot program is working out. Are we able to evaluate if it's working for people, and being able to retrieve their items once they're there?
I think that we experienced, Allison and I actually went out directly and retrieved somebody's property, bagged it, and got it over to our storage facility. It was labeled correctly. We haven't heard from the couple yet because the couple is still in services. So that's the only one so far that we've had. So we're not sure. I think that it's going to work really well because they've got a streamlined process for people to retrieve their belongings, and they're keeping it for quite a long time, longer than other areas, other cities keep it for. So we are providing them enough time to come and get those items.
Councilmember Fimbres?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Liz, can you speak about the homeless work program for a little bit, how it's working? I just saw a report from the city manager who's done an outstanding job with this, adding more crews. How the increase in garbage is really helping us. Go ahead.
Mayor, Councilman Fimbres, happy to report that it's fully expanded. Of course, Director Carlos de la Torres, managing on the EGSD side, and OPCS is full, I believe, 5 crews, 5 days a week. And so they're very busy and very successful at this point.
Thank you. Thank you for your outstanding job, Liz. You'll be lost in the homeless program, but you'll be overseeing it, I hope, still. Thank you all for working so hard. Now, how do we get our communications out to the rest of the community knowing that they say we're not doing enough? Liz?
Mayor, let me take a stab at that. Councilmember Fimbres, what I'd like to do is if you can give me a little space, I think that the presentation that Liz will make here in a few minutes, and then with some wrap-up comments on my part, we'll answer that question on a bigger scale, if you're okay with that. Thank you.
Alrighty, go ahead, Liz. Oh, you have another? Okay, absolutely. Go ahead, Councilmember Cunningham.
Congratulations to you guys. Also, to touch off on what Mr. Fimbres said, let's give a shit. The guy's name is Bear Barkley. Is that his name? He's doing a really good job with that program. I think they've expanded to 35. They're looking to go to 42 to even 49 at some point. And that's really special that we'll actually have one crew per ward, which is kind of neat, the thing. When you really think about this approach, Tucson, and I love the fact that I can bring up water on this. City of Tucson has worked really hard to be leaders in water, but it's too early to tell, and I don't want to jinx it, but we're kind of ahead of the game on this. If you look around the newscasts at the other country, around the country, especially in cities similar to ours with similar characteristics, our peer cities, they're coming to us to see. We have a very wide continuum of care. And we talked about initiating a continuum of care, a wide net that had every level of care a year and a half ago. And now it's being implemented one step at a time. And this is a testament to the team. This wasn't us. It was a group effort. It was a community effort. So congratulations. It's early. We still have a long mountain to climb, and we're gonna grind it every day. But this is 635. I'll take that stat any day of the week.
Well, and just to follow up on Councilmember Fimbres' homeless work program, I want to make sure that I give credit to Councilmember Fimbres. It was his concept, and he started it off back in, I believe, 2017. And we've taken it and run with it. I just want to ask, just for purposes just to put it on the record, how much funds have we put into the homeless work program to expand it? And is this from American Rescue Plan dollars?
So Mayor, I apologize, we don't have that exact number. What I can tell you is that, as you mentioned, through Councilmember Fimbres' leadership and your support, there were originally dollars put forth by private individuals, specifically HSL Foundation, as well as Walmart. If you remember, those were the seed dollars that Councilmember Fimbres was able to get since, and that funded the one crew along with the Tucson Change movement and that effort. Subsequent to that, we now have, I believe, 5 crews. The goal is to have those up and running operationally, as the Councilmember Cunningham mentioned, to at least have one available, potentially one for each ward. Keeping in mind that we've used ARPA dollars as well as some general fund money, as well as some of those private donations. I apologize, but I'll have to give you that report afterward.
That's okay.
So, thank
Go
you.
ahead, Liz, and to your
Yes,
presentation.
thank you, Mr. Manager. I would just add that in addition to those funds, we also had the $2 million from Arizona Department of Housing, and we've been very actively expending those. The good news, they did allow us to extend that another year. We requested because we've expended quite a bit, but not all of it by the June 30th. So the Arizona Department of Housing allowed us an extension. So we will follow up with a report on the various funding sources for the homeless work program.
Mayor, before Liz does her presentation and goes into detail, I do want to just outline for you, and I think it's important that you all know this. The Department of Housing actually called us, and when we became aware of those funds, knew about the homeless work program and encouraged us to go after the dollars, and were impressed with the metrics that we use and the fact that we partner. Councilor Cunningham mentioned Bear, also Tom Litwicki from OPCS is instrumental in making sure that we have been able to perform and do something really positive across the entirety of the community. I just want to make sure you knew about that. Thank you, Mayor.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, I want to start with just a quick conversation on the point in time count, and I invite Mr. Manager if he wants to add anything to these notes, because it was just recently Tucson Pima Collaboration to End Homelessness provided a report, a very in-depth report. It's a report that is required by HUD in order for us to access HUD funding for under the continuum of care programs. And so I think it's important for us to highlight what the report shared. One of the things that we've been hearing a lot of feedback and questions around is the numbers. It does show in the report a comparison from 2018 to 2023. And what we know is, one, the point in time count, which we also call it the PIT count, if anyone wonders when I refer to PIT. The point in time count is a tool. It helps us understand trends and changes over year over year, and we acknowledge that it does not capture every sheltered and unsheltered person experiencing homelessness, but it does provide data and insight into this critical issue in our community. I'd like to, there's on page 28 of the report, there's a chart that talks about the sheltered numbers and the unsheltered. So I want to start with sheltered. Those are people who are in any one of our homeless shelters throughout the community. And for example, in 2018, the sheltered number was 1,017. And comparing that, in 2019, it was 1,011. In 2020, we know COVID was in play. For a good part of that year, it dropped to 745 people. The shelter beds decreased by almost 300 beds. In 2022, even further, 528 beds. But in 2023, it went back up to 708. So the impact of COVID was very hard hit to our shelters. We lost bed availability to allow for social distancing. And even with the loss of shelter beds, this mayor and council were decisive with investments in expanding shelter beds. We started it with hotel programs to help the vulnerable, most vulnerable to COVID. And then it turned into investing into purchasing properties. Of the 850 shelter beds that's in the report, 207 are beds that are new as a result of the investments made by this mayor and council. So a significant number of beds that were added to because of many of the lost beds that we experienced. For those unsheltered numbers, that is where we saw a major increase when you compare it from 2018 to 2023. There was 363 at that time counted in 2018, 361 in 2019, 579 started creeping up in 2020, and it went significantly higher in 2022 to 1,649. And then it dropped in 2023 to 1,501. I think it's important to see that that major increase from 2020 to 2022 is COVID pandemic. The CDC at that time had instructed communities in their recommendations to not disrupt existing encampments or persons existing on the streets to help mitigate and reduce the spread of COVID. And that's what we did. We followed the CDC guidelines. And that's where we started seeing a significant number. In addition to the loss of beds and us not moving encampments, we saw a big and significant increase. The silver lining is there was that decrease from 1649 to 1501. And that demonstrates that we are doing the right things and going in the right direction for our unsheltered. And I think that that's starting to show and hopefully will continue into the next year. As we look at the city of Tucson's approach around housing, and again, I think city manager, what we do is not just focused on homelessness, it's around housing, because really the solution to homelessness is providing safe, stable, supportive housing. And so I want to just share some of those solutions that we have taken, and I would like to break it down into 3 areas: unsheltered, affordable housing, and increasing housing options. Brandy went very in-depth around the unsheltered piece, the work that Housing First, in conjunction with our community providers, Community Safety, Health and Wellness, TC3, everyone is playing a part in outreach and navigation, in shelter operations, and partnership and coordination with our community providers. Then you look at affordable housing. We, in the city of Tucson, under the Housing and Community Development Department, operating federally subsidized housing programs for decades has been our main function. Operating as a landlord to nearly 2,000 residents, and also operating a Section 8 voucher program for over 5,100 families. These programs were also hard hit with COVID. And we saw a lack of housing inventory for our Section 8 program with an exhausted wait list, and we did see a drop in numbers. In addition, with the increasing rental costs, impacted our ability and budget for Section 8 program. So we opened the wait list in January 2023, and we received over 16,000 vouchers applications. So we know the need is ever present. We have not closed our wait list because we need to understand the need, and we want to give people opportunities. And so we continue to serve as many as we can with the funding we have, and including our public housing. There's a lot of efforts that are going to be coming down the pike that is exciting, and will be coming to mayor and council on that. But subsidized housing is what we know, but what we also know is that we have these resources. One of the things that came out of the pandemic is how do we get people out of our hotel programs into housing, and there wasn't a lot of units out there. So what we did is we started using public housing and then our Housing Choice Voucher program. Brandy said 635 people was what they were able to house. And since 2018, we can show how many people came out of homelessness into any of our housing programs. Since 2018, we have leased up 879 individuals and families from homelessness. That 635, a majority of those have been just since October 2021. So that work has been remarkable, even with a very difficult rental market. Housing development, as all of you have been very instrumental, is what a critical need. And so Mayor and Council, through the Housing Affordability Strategy for Tucson, the HAST plan is an aggressive plan to increase units, but also to impact the overall increase of units, not just affordability, but for all housing types. This has been exemplified in the work of our Planning and Development Services Department, with Mayor and Council approving various things like the overlays, the ADU casita ordinance, and other incentives that will bring more housing to Tucson. As demonstrated, and this is the best part of today, is I'm excited to share the great news that the city had 4 projects selected and awarded low-income housing tax credits. We've only had 1 to 2 projects for the last several years for Tucson. So to have 4 projects, one is with Pascua Yaqui tribe, so congratulations to them. These are things that should be celebrated. And the development does not stop here. Since 2020, HCD, Housing Community Development, has awarded over $9.6 million in home funding, which is a federal funding source for affordable housing, to provide financing, a layering of assistance to developers that will result in 373 new affordable housing units for low-income households. And the city has also provided $2.1 million in down payment assistance since fiscal year 20 for 139 brand-new homeowners. One of the other ways the city has been hard at work is seeking grant opportunities to support the shelter and outreach services. Brandy can tell you support services is very costly, but it's a necessary expense to properly support people, whether we're taking them off the street, putting them in shelter, or putting them into housing. We have committed over $4 million, received over $4 million in grant funds from various funding sources, including Arizona Department of Housing through their what we call Project Gateway. That's the homeless work program. It includes shelter and services. We're using CDBG funding, continuum of care, the coordinated entry navigation grant. And then we also, the Arizona Housing Coalition, received funding through Arizona Department of Housing. They gave the city of Tucson $2 million. It's called Crowd to Home, which will provide those necessary supports for those who are unsheltered. So it's the funding we have from the city is able to be leveraged and expanded with these various grants. And the best part is we also use much of those funds to support our nonprofit providers. So we don't just apply for funding for ourselves, we apply for funding in coordination and partnership with other agencies. So as an example, in fiscal year 23 and 24, we have committed $8 million to support our homeless nonprofit providers. Through PCHIP, we did over $1.5 million, continuum of care, applying on behalf of other providers, $2.3 million. And then CARES, we did almost $3.3 million. So we are working together in collaboration because we cannot solve this work by ourselves, and it's making a difference in hundreds of people's lives. The other way we have invested is really supporting the shelters that are in the community. Through our CDBG public facility funding, we've been able to help different agencies like SAFE with roof replacement, Sister Jose's shelter expansion, OPCS, their roof replacement, and also their capital program for their Housing First building, and Emerge with a significant shelter renovation, and Primavera's Shelters food pantry. So over $2.1 million with those for fiscal year 23 and 24. I'd like to talk for just a moment about the hotel and properties that we've purchased, because Mayor and Council has directed us in Housing and Community Development to go out and seek properties with Wildcat and Anklam. We also purchased Notel Hotel and Oracle Nautilus, which will now be the future Milagro and Oracle. And then Amazon Hotel is our most recent purchase. This will be an acquisition and rehab, and will be turned into what's called permanent supportive housing, which is for people coming out of homelessness, and will have services provided by various agencies. This is fully funded by Arizona Department of Housing, and so this is a great opportunity. The one that we're waiting for to close at the end of July is Knights Inn, which would also be an acquisition rehab. And we're currently in talks with Piedmont County Workforce, Community and Workforce Development Department, where they would operate the shelter for their emergency eviction legal services program. And so this will be a great opportunity to expand shelter and, again, expand the partnership. Some additional housing investments I think is important to note is that, as I mentioned about gap financing that we provide for affordable housing development, we currently have 1,098 units of affordable housing in the production pipeline. 119 of those are completed and open, 254 are currently under construction, and 687 units of affordable rental housing have been pledged. And in addition to that, we have also pledged for funding of 38 affordable home ownership units. So lots of units, over almost 1,100 units that are either here or on the way. So very fortunate to have great congressional support. In the last couple years, there's been opportunities for our congressional members to support projects, and City of Tucson has been super successful in getting many of those awards, and 3 of them are focused on housing. One is the Willard Apartments, which is 8 units of affordable housing. And then the other one that is in process now is the Amphi Housing First Resource Center, which would provide day services and shelter for unsheltered persons in the Amphi area where there's a lack of shelter and supports in that area. And we're awaiting congressional approval for infrastructure investment at the South 10th Avenue site. We've requested $4 million that could develop upwards of 300 to 350 units of affordable housing. So I'm going to turn it back over to City Manager, but this is just to, again, acknowledge the work that we are doing around housing and homelessness. I think the efforts that we have in the pipeline are significant. They're often hard to always message out, but they are no less necessary to share with the community the many, many things that we have going on.
Thank you, Liz. Mayor and members of the council, when someone asks you how much money we invest in affordable housing and in addressing homelessness and or unsheltered, you want to look for a line item, right? I mean, that's the easy thing to do, and folks might do that, but that is absolutely not the case here. And I think what Liz outlined was, in fact, the magnitude of the investment. So I want to take you even further up, if you will, and look at it citywide. You may recall I reported a bit ago that we mobilized an internal task force, and we meet every Thursday morning. We've now changed the name, and Madi did. I should give her total credit. It's the Regional Unsheltered Resource Council. And so the reason I point this out is because basically it's gathering all of the departments, including everybody from the city attorney to our environmental services folks, to police, to fire, to communications, to really coordinate on a macro level the challenges that we all face. But it doesn't stop there. I think if you look at and start to dissect what affordability in housing looks like, I think in a presentation at least 1 or 2 meetings ago, you heard us reference that any investment in housing is a good investment right now. It doesn't have to be just in one strata of the affordability level, because all of it has a trickle down, and that gives everyone an opportunity. But when you look at the total investment there, as Liz has outlined, it's in the tens of millions of dollars. And so to look at it in one singular way or one singular piece I think does not give it justice in terms of the true investment here. And so what I'm trying to convey, I guess, is the magnitude of the leadership that you've demonstrated in this space. And I'm happy to try to go through the budget in its entirety and dissect it. But I will tell you, and it suffices to say, that the proof is in the pudding. These units that Liz mentioned, these 1,000 units that are in the pipeline now, that doesn't happen just with housing staff. It doesn't happen with just one component. It is a team effort, starting with you and going throughout the organization, everyone from procurement to, our business services folks to all of the pieces in between. And I think that that's the message that I'd like to convey to you. So I know there is some information out there in terms of how the investment maybe doesn't seem to be as great, but I can assure you that the magnitude of which you've led puts us in a space to really work towards addressing some of the challenges that we face. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And, I just want to reiterate, again, historic levels of investment decided on by this mayor and council. We were very deliberate in terms of our strategy to invest in our Housing First program, in our unsheltered population, and in affordable housing. I have been on this council, it's going to be 16 years this November, and even though we wanted to, as a council before, we did not have the funding opportunities that we found since 2020. And the approach that were taken, and this is when I talk about changing systems and structures of how we deliver services to our most vulnerable communities in Tucson. We did not have Housing First program. We did not have the Community Safety, Health, and Wellness program. We did not have a regional coordinator. We did not have a task force. All of these things we've been able to create as a mayor and council the last 3 years. And just in our Housing First program to purchase hotels has been $10 million. The $8 million that we've procured and applied for grants for 23-24 for nonprofit providers and homeless services is another $8 million. Yes, absolutely. We still have more work to do. But fortunately, I have been able to develop the relationships with our new governor that actually fought for to put funding for unsheltered homelessness in their budget. They've put funding for affordable housing solutions under the Housing Trust Fund for the state of Arizona. And then, of course, we've developed relationships thanks to the city manager and his team, my chief of staff, Charlene Mendoza, which hustles the funds to make sure that we are applying for congressional member-directed services. And that alone, we've applied for many funds for public safety, community safety, health, and wellness, but also for the affordable housing. And I'm really looking forward to the 10th Avenue project that we applied for with Congressman Grijalva approving that one, as well as Congressman Ruben Gallego that opened it up for statewide cities to apply for their funds. So that alone could possibly produce 300 units of affordable housing in the city of Tucson. I wanted to share some good news that we are receiving from the governor's office. It seems as though our latest grant proposal in terms of the funds for unsheltered homelessness were approved. Can you talk a little bit about this and share the good news with the council, Liz?
Yes, Mayor Romero, thank you for bringing that up. That we did receive word yesterday, Arizona Department of Housing, because the state legislature had put 60 million and said 20 million would be released immediately. They gave us a week to apply for those funds, and we found out yesterday that we are getting 2.7 million, and we will use it for acquisition of Nights Inn, and also we're going to support some of our nonprofit shelters that didn't get funded through the P-CHIP process, and because we know that's critical funding, that we could lose those shelter beds if we don't support them. So we are going to supplement funding to our nonprofit shelters. But yes, that's significant, and there's going to be another funding process again in August for the next, also for starting October. So, but this 2.7 million is significant, and very grateful for that.
That's great news, wonderful news. Any questions on this portion of the presentation? Councilmember, Vice Mayor Kazaja.
Not really questions, but just observations as the conversation sort of has been going on. I've been sort of jotting notes that for things that we have in play that the community just isn't aware of. There is a fire station rezoning happening over in the Ward 3 area. Absolutely happy to help partner on that. And it's, these rezonings are a long-term process, but they got to start with the first step. And I know Kevin and his staff have already begun that. There's a project that is called Sleepy Hollow, also a Ward 3 project that is going to be a village, a 5-acre village that is going to involve hundreds of affordable housing units that La Frontera is working hard on now. And Nikki's got a project out on affordable housing community that's also a rezoning issue, but it's going to be a combination of tiny homes and affordable housing units. Again, rezoning issue conversation happening in the early states of that. We are working through my office on capacity expansion at Sister Jose, and thank you for the help and the funding of that. None of this is on the radar screen of the public, and so when we get these emails saying you guys aren't doing anything, it's simply a lack of information. We also have to acknowledge the work that we've done, and you mentioned some of it. We've done overlays to incentivize density. Great that we've got the 4 LIHTC projects that are coming. That has never happened, at least in the last 15 years in the city of Tucson, that we have such a fluid relationship with the Arizona Department of Housing. We have active nonprofit partners. I mentioned La Frontera. We've got Primavera. We've got many of them all over the community who are partnering with us. We've done changes to our parking codes to allow or incentivize duplexes and triplexes in the Midtown area. And finally, I guess I'd be remiss if I didn't also point out the fight that we have at the state legislature that continues. Last week, I checked with the city attorney's office on an idea that was put in the paper about charging moving expenses if a landlord increased rents over 10%. Immediately, there are 4 different preemptions in the state law and state constitution. We just can't do that kind of stuff. So people need to understand that there's a lot happening kind of under the radar screen. None of this stuff is headline worthy because we're not handing keys out to people yet, but there are, you don't see the duck's feet happening under the water, and there's a lot of that happening. In addition to that, the issue of the state preemption that really ties our hands in lots of areas. So anyway, thanks for all the help that you guys are giving, and the city attorney and city manager's office, the mayor's office as well.
Thank you. Mr. Ortega?
Mayor, I just wanted to, I was remiss in not focusing a little attention on our nonprofit. So we created a nonprofit, remember, as a way of providing exactly this conversation in a holistic manner. And it gets approved and it, again, flies under the radar, but I think it's extremely important because that provides us a tremendous tool in the toolbox to do exactly what you all just mentioned, which is continue to demonstrate that leadership. Again, all of these things go together and are certainly part of the macro level commitment and deliberate action that you all have taken. Thank you, Mayor.
Any others? Alrighty. On a related topic, one of the issues that we have been working on for months, the city manager, myself, Jan Lesher, and Supervisor Grijalva, Chair Grijalva over at the Board of Supervisors, is that gap that you mentioned, Brandy, in terms of substance use disorders as well as mental and behavioral health needs. We're talking in terms of how do we continue advocating for, searching for funding on detox facilities. I know Pima County is starting a pilot program right on the campus of the municipal or of the county jail on Silver Lake. It's a detox pilot program that they are trying out. And we're also talking about how do we focus on using our opioid settlement funds together in a strategic manner so that it makes a difference in our region. So those conversations are ongoing, and we will continue to report at this table to my colleagues on the council and to the community what these steps as we move forward. We have our city attorney, our county attorney at the table talking about that. So complex, complicated, and lots of need. And I know that there's many neighborhoods and businesses out there that want relief in terms of their needs and what they see in terms of encampments and trash that is generated around their businesses. And we are attentive to that. We put $2 million last year, and that we're continuing that this year for beautification and trash remediation efforts within our budget. And so, you know, the layered approach to focusing on investing in very complicated issues is something that is working and that we will continue to push. So thank you for your presentation. Incredible news, great advancements in the last 18 months alone. And so congratulations for your time and efforts. I know it's a labor of love for you all. Mr. Ortega, do we have another piece? This is done. Any other council colleagues that want to speak on this? Okay. So we're going to close this item and move on. I'm going to take, I'm going to be moving things around only because we have presenters here. So we're going to skip item 4, Councilmember Cunningham, and then we're going to move to item 5 only because we have presenters that have been waiting for some time now. Item 5 is a discussion and presentation from Sonoran Prevention Works regarding harm reduction, policy intervention, and actionable steps to intervene in the fentanyl and opioid crisis. This item was requested by Councilmember Santa Cruz. Councilmember, if you want to kick us off on this item.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I requested this item so that we could be better informed on harm reduction perspective from one of our community-based organizations. They've been doing grassroots work and can help us better inform our approach to addressing the fentanyl opioid crisis. And so I want to thank Christopher Thomas and Kayla Curdy from the Sonoran Prevention Works team for coming here today to present. Sonoran Prevention Works is an organization that focuses on harm reduction, overdose reversal, and training on overdose prevention. They have 461 participants enrolled in peer support, have trained nearly 30,000 individuals, myself included, in overdose prevention and response, and reversed over 21,000 overdoses between 2017 and 2022. We had the presentation from the Pima County Health Department last week on overdose deaths. That continues to be the leading cause of deaths in our community here in the city. And so I think it's important that we have a holistic perspective about what's going on. So with that, I will pass the mic over.
Is it on now? Yeah, all right. So I'm Kayla Curdy. We're going to talk a little bit about harm reduction and how we're doing that in Tucson. So a little bit about us. I always feel the need to kind of validate our experience. We've been doing this for a real long time. I myself have spent the entirety of my professional career working with unhoused people, people who have substance use disorders, mental health disorders. I've worked in basically all fields you can imagine with relevance to substance use disorder. So I started out in like an abstinence-only facility, and then I also have worked in syringe service programs. And I can tell you from my lived experience that harm reduction works. So I'm going to let Christopher introduce himself, and then we'll get going.
So my name's Christopher Thomas. I'm the senior trainer with Sonoran Prevention Works, and I come to this work with a great deal of lived experience with chaotic substance use disorder, as well as recovery. I do identify as a person who uses drugs and also a person in long-term recovery. And I've been working, harm reduction has saved my life and kept me free from hepatitis C for many, many years. And I've also experienced incarceration, many arrests, what have you, but I utilized harm reduction for many years to stay safe, and now I work in harm reduction. I've done HIV and hepatitis C testing and care navigation. I have managed a syringe service program, and for the last 4 years, I've been working at Sonoran Prevention Works as an overdose prevention coordinator, trainer, manager, as such. So, turn it back over to you, Kayla.
Yeah, thank you. So we're kind of gonna give you a baseline of what harm reduction is. I'm guessing you may have heard the term, it's kind of been a buzzword lately, but we kind of break down harm reduction into these two different sections that you see on your screen here. So first we have what we call the LIL HR. So that's the really tangible, practical strategies and ideas that are aimed at reducing negative consequences associated with drug use. So harm reduction's goal, surprisingly, isn't to reduce drug use. It's actually to improve people's lives. And that's what we think matters, right, from both of our lived experience. That is what is impactful and really important. So some examples of this would be syringe service programs. Being able to hand people fentanyl testing strips has been a really life-saving measure that Christopher will talk to you about more in a little bit. As well as overdose prevention sites. Those are places where people can be trained. Medical providers are there to reverse an overdose as soon as it is happening, as soon as the signs are recognized. And nationally, there are a couple that are in existence already. And we can say with certainty that there has never been a single death at an overdose prevention site because there are medical trained people there to reverse overdoses when they do happen. And then we also have this big HR, or like the larger structural changes. And that is kind of rooted in peer-to-peer education and other movements throughout history. And harm reduction's movement is founded in the belief in and respect for the rights of people who use drugs. So we believe, and harm reduction believes, that just because someone is using drugs, that doesn't mean that they don't deserve housing, they don't deserve shelter for the night. We believe that they do very much deserve all of those things, and just because someone is using drugs, it doesn't mitigate that need.
Thank you so much, Kayla. So who is Sonoran Prevention Works? We are a statewide harm reduction organization. Thank you so much, Councilwoman Lane Santa Cruz, for the introduction. We have a centralized office in Phoenix, and then we have many staff members working in a variety of counties, including Pima County. We've been in Pima County since 2017. Most of my team is based here out of Tucson. We love Tucson. It's a great city. I'm going to kind of break this down into what we do at the macro, meso, and micro level. So I'm going to start with the macro. So we do engage in legislative advocacy, and we do engage in research. So we did a bunch of research between 2017 and 2021 or 2020, where we distributed fentanyl testing strips to our participants and then recorded the results. Along with that data, as well as a published study from Rhode Island, we did determine that fentanyl testing strips, which allow an individual to know whether there is fentanyl in their drugs, is a very empowering evidence-based intervention that can reduce overdose deaths. The very interesting thing about this is that even when folks did not find fentanyl in their substance use supply, they still used harm reduction interventions to help themselves stay safe. So even if they didn't find fentanyl, we saw significant behavior change on the part of our participants. We provide trainings much like this one for you folks. We do a variety of trainings. We have a harm reduction certification. We do overdose prevention trainings, as was mentioned earlier, things about supporting people on stimulants. We train on HIV and hepatitis C. And basically this program operates at both the macro and the meso level to attempt to create systems change by training agencies to better support people who use drugs in their families, as well as create policy change within those organizations themselves. We're currently utilizing a contract with Arizona Department of Health Services, where we are providing technical assistance and training to organizations that are seeking to establish overdose and disease prevention sites, also known as syringe service programs, not to be mixed up with the overdose prevention sites that were being mentioned by Kayla. So we worked very hard to pass 3 pieces of legislation since 2017, one being the layperson distribution of naloxone law, which SPW wrote and which was passed, and we all know how successful that's been in saving the lives of individuals across the state of Arizona. We also were instrumental in passing the syringe service legalization bill, which amended the paraphernalia laws to give folks immunity if they are bringing used or used syringes and leaving with sterile syringes from a established SSP program, syringe service program. We also were instrumental in helping to pass the fentanyl testing strip law, which I've already discussed how effective we know that to be. So yes, we also are engaged in broader systems change at a bunch of different levels, and we do advocate for safer smoking supplies. I know that this is a controversial topic for folks, but we have seen a definitive shift from the use of heroin, which is literally non-existent really on the streets of Arizona at this point, to the smoking of fentanyl. And of course, smoking methamphetamine has been around for quite a long time. The distribution of safer smoking supplies works on a couple of different levels. One, folks who are smoking drugs can get cracked lips, they can have mouth sores, things like that, things that can transmit hepatitis C, which we know is really at epidemic proportions in this country at the moment. So when we provide safer smoking supplies, we provide like plastic mouthpieces that folks can take on and off. So if they are sharing, they're not passing that. Also COVID, prevented transmission of COVID at that time. But also when we are only focused on one route of administration, injection, we are missing out on engaging folks in services that are using substances in a much different way. So we really do advocate for this at a system-wide level. So let's talk about kind of what we do at the micro level, and I'm going to break this down to a couple different things, but we do direct outreach, which has built community. We have a very good reputation with a lot of the unsheltered folks in this community, with a lot of the people who use drugs in this community, because we've engaged them in non-judgmental and non-coercive services, so they trust us. They talk to us about what's going on, and we're able to provide them with those services that they are, because they have been highly marginalized, are less likely to access through traditional governmental entities. Also, we provide rapid confirmatory HIV and HCV testing, primarily through our syringe service program sites, as well as some programs where we go into treatment centers and do that as well. And then we have this program called Harm Reduction by Mail that I'll get into in just a moment. So folks, I want to talk to you about how harm reduction is fiscally responsible before we get into these other interventions, okay? So folks, the average cost of HIV care for an individual who's been diagnosed with HIV is $480,000 over the course of that individual's life, and I think that that's a little bit on the low end. To treat a case of hepatitis C costs about $30,000 to $60,000, depending on that person's insurance, and the cost of a syringe is 10 cents. So the analogy that I'm making here is that harm reduction's been around for a really long time, and folks have been doing harm reduction work without permission. And that harm reduction work, while being woefully underfunded, has created a great deal of change in our communities by preventing the spread of communicable disease and engaging folks in the services that they need to stay safe. So folks, I can tell you the syringe service program that I was operating was running on a budget of $80,000, and that amount of money was for a year, and it was and that did not pay for staff, that did not pay for the site, it was run through another nonprofit agency, and that still wasn't enough money to provide and meet the need. So folks, if you were to give $480,000 to, say, a grassroots program such as COSIT or Community on Wheels, or one of these groups that has been doing this work based on donations and based on volunteer hours, if they prevented one case of HIV, that program would pay for itself. So not to mention, I mean, I know I'm talking to you about fiscal costs here, but you know, I know that I can speak for myself that I've lost far too many of my community members to overdose. So this doesn't take into account the overwhelming and devastating toll that overdose takes upon the families and the members of our community. So let's talk about naloxone. Why am I not seeing this? Did I go one slide too many? I'm sorry, I did want to talk a little bit about our testing program a bit. So in the year 2022, we did about 2,600 HIV and hepatitis C tests across the state of Arizona. Having both worked at HIV service organizations, I can tell you that that is a great number of tests. It means that we are testing in the right places, and where we are testing is where are places where people who are using drugs, and we are able to connect those folks to care. We've had 200 hepatitis C reactives during 22, and 8 HIV reactives, all of whom we were able to navigate to care if those folks chose to engage in that care. So yeah, we know that syringe service programs are excellent ways to engage people who use drugs in a variety of services. And studies show that people that access a syringe service program are 5 times more likely to enter into treatment, although the service should never be coercive in order to do that, but also that folks are 3 times more likely to stop injecting and switch to another route of administration. Excellent locations for distributing naloxone, inducting people into medication-assisted treatment, as we were talking about earlier, and accessing peer support services. So I want to talk about our naloxone a bit here. So folks, we have a wonderful program known as the Harm Reduction by Mail program. Well, let's just start off and say this. So SPW was the first nonprofit in Arizona that began the distribution of naloxone. We could not have done that without the assistance of numerous community partners, including, I remember dropping naloxone off to Vice Mayor Steve Kozachik here many years ago. So we provided a majority of the naloxone that was available in the Tucson area. But we had understood that we were not reaching enough people, so we instituted a harm reduction by mail program where people can go to our website, request safer use supplies, and then we'll mail them or deliver them directly to their door. Since the inception of that program, we have done 114 deliveries within the city of Tucson, and we've distributed 7,544 doses of life-saving naloxone, and we've distributed 2,078 fentanyl testing strips. Now, folks, this program is not as big as it could be. It's not reaching as many people as it could be because of capacity and budgetary issues, of course. That's what so many of us face. So we know that if that program were better funded, I know that we could reach a lot of people because, you know, there's a lot of stigma to accessing these supplies, and getting them delivered to your home is fantastic, whether through the mail or not. But also, I just want to point out that, again, with the assistance of numerous community partners, since 2017, we have distributed 193,000 doses and 52 doses of life-saving naloxone, almost 200,000 doses. But folks, 191,209 of that was in the city of Tucson. So these are, every dose that is in those vials is another life that could be saved. And folks, I know that we talk a lot, and there's been this very definitive narrative about first responders and EMS and law enforcement distributing naloxone and reversing overdoses, and that is so fantastic. But from the data that we have collected, we have seen, as you can see the statistic on your screen, that it is not very often going to be an EMS responder or a law enforcement officer that is going to reverse an overdose. It is going to be another person who uses drugs. It's going to be somebody that is sitting on the couch next to them. Now, folks, again, you have a lot of organizations that are running services in peer-to-peer education services in this community that are doing it on donation dollars, and they are saving lives every day because they are the ones who are best equipped to get this medication into the hands of the people who need it most, which are people who use drugs. So folks, I know that Pima County Health Department came and talked to you about some of this stuff, but I just want to dive into it a little bit. So, you know, fentanyl is the thing. Fentanyl is here to stay. It's not going anywhere, right? And so we work at the individual education level to try to get people to be able to stay safe. And we do that through harm reduction education and educating people on how to educate other people on harm reduction. So when folks are using fentanyl, which is a very powerful opioid, as you folks all well know, we always suggest that folks use new supplies every time, whether that be smoking supplies or whether that be injection related supplies, or as we like to call it, safe use supplies as an umbrella term. This reduces the risk of HIV and hepatitis C transmission, as well as transmission of other communicable diseases and wounds and soft tissue infections that could, create a big burden on the community for being able to adequately address those. And there is not enough wound care available to the community, which we'll get to another point in a second. We always, of course, advocate for folks to carry naloxone. We really want to saturate the state of Arizona with naloxone because we know that when we saturate the community with naloxone, that we will see a demonstrative reduction in overdose deaths. And I'm happy to say that Arizona is one of the only states in the United States that has reached that number. Also, we ask that folks use unlocked doors if they're going to be used behind doors and just really not using alone. But this is the most difficult thing. And I think it's one of the things that's really missed on these conversations about encampments and things like that, is that human beings, we naturally come into community. Right? And for many of these unsheltered folks, especially those living with substance use disorder and using fentanyl, being in a group of people is an overdose prevention method for them, because we can go and tell them all day long, hey, don't use alone. And they could say, well, are you going to come use with me? Because they're engaged in a very highly stigmatized activity in our society. You know, we ask folks not to use alone, but that's a very difficult thing to challenge. We talk to folks about using half doses, like, hey, you're not really sure what's in your substance use supply. Fentanyl test strips don't tell you how much fentanyl is in a particular pill or bag of drugs. So we ask folks to, we always tell folks you can always do more. You can't do less, so go slow. And then we ask folks to stagger use in groups. If 3 individuals are getting ready to get high, it's always great if they go one at a time so that somebody is prepared to reverse the overdose should it take place. Folks, you may have heard that, but there is a cut that is becoming prevalent in other areas of the country. We haven't seen it a lot in the state of Arizona, but we do know that it is here, and that is xylazine. And xylazine is a veterinary tranquilizer known on the street as tranq, and it causes unconsciousness, really. So when we're talking about xylazine, we are always telling our participants to make sure that if they are going to go on a nod or fall out or go to sleep, however you want to put it, that they are doing that horizontally with good blood flow, because it can result in unnecessary amputations or the development of wounds. And then speaking of wounds, wound watching and wound care, folks. Injection practices, living on the street, folks that lack an access to the social determinants of health can very easily develop wounds. Walking around the city for 4 days in the same pair of socks, you know what I mean, can definitely be detrimental to folks. So we always advocate and educate people on how to take a look at their wounds and how to access wound care services, especially those that are non-stigmatizing and judgmental. Z-Mansion comes to mind. Z-Mansion does great work. Lastly, we believe, not lastly, but also programs at the meso level can provide drug checking technology. Now, that can be fentanyl testing strips, but there are many programs in operation across the country that are actually testing drugs with FTIR machines, where they can tell people what the proportion of substances are in their drugs, which is an evidence-based intervention that has been shown to keep people safe. Especially folks with the advent of xylazine to the drug supply, this is an important conversation that cities and governments and programs need to be having. Also, expand syringe service programs. Luckily, the state of Arizona, as I mentioned, a contract through ADHS is looking to do this, but this is how we can engage folks in services. I remember when we had that Hep A outbreak years ago, and I had public health nurses asking me where they were going to find people who use drugs and folks that were experiencing being unsheltered, and I was like, the syringe service programs, and they vaccinated so many people through those. I even got vaccinated, and I had one of those old school mean public health nurses too. It really hurt. But also we provide naloxone. We advocate that programs distribute naloxone to people who use drugs, that we provide fentanyl testing strips, that we increase syringe allotments. The one-for-one exchange is not really effective, and that has been, I didn't make that up, that has been determined by the Centers for Disease Control, that the best method is providing as many supplies as an individual needs, which satisfies their ability to use sterile equipment every time, but also results in peer-to-peer distribution for folks who cannot make it to the exchange. Working on reducing HCV and HIV transmission and staying up to date on drug trends, which is what the Honorable Mayor and Council are doing right now by having us come and educate you on it. So folks, what can I suggest to you as policy changes or policy things that you folks could help out with? I would suggest that the city take the time to obtain harm reduction training intervention take harm reduction intervention trainings as provided by agencies such as ourselves to provide this for city staff, people that are working in the parks, people that are working in the housing programs, so that they can be educated on these harm reduction interventions, how to implement them, and just how best to support people who use drugs and their families as they attempt to access the social determinants of health. We really believe in the funding of naloxone purchases for peer-to-peer distribution. Folks are hesitant to go to a hospital, a nonprofit, these areas to obtain naloxone. Families are a little bit better about it, right? But the best way to get naloxone into the hands of people who use drugs is to support grassroots programs that have maintained, who have been doing this work for years without any support, who have established trusting relationships with the community. And I'll mention it too, the Church of Safe Injection in Tucson, there's Community on Wheels, there's ourselves, Sonoran Prevention Works. We have the existing relationships within the community to make sure that that medication is best distributed. And then how are you gonna pay for that, right? So I would advocate, folks, that you prioritize funding for peer-to-peer harm reduction organizations so that they can get the support they need and continue to do the good work that they have been doing. And I'll just shoot for the pie in the sky here, folks. As Kayla already stated, overdose prevention sites, if we really want to be serious about ending the overdose epidemic, this is a key piece. It is a Band-Aid. It doesn't address many of the systemic issues that lead folks into chaotic substance use, but it definitely, in their operation across the world, with decades of research to show it, not a single person has died while utilizing a supervised consumption site. And just think of all the services, all the education, all the housing that folks could be steered into if this service was provided. And so, folks, I want to thank you so much for.
And I just want to make sure you have a chance to tell our lovely story.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for
it's just such a
reminding me.
great illustration of harm reduction. So.
Yeah, so I just threw a bunch of numbers at you folks and a bunch of public health speak, so let's make this really real, okay? So when I was managing a syringe service program, this woman who was a bit older came in and had a large bag of used syringes that she wanted to dispose of. I struck up a conversation with her because that's what we do at syringe service programs. We build relationships. It's not just, come get your stuff and get out of here. And she explained to me that her son was currently incarcerated in Pima County Jail and that he was going to be getting out. And so she had gone and cleaned up his apartment and that he was coming to live with her. And I said, well, ma'am, do you understand some of the things about overdose prevention? And she said, I don't know anything about this stuff. So we had a good 15, 20-minute talk where I talked about tolerance changes, how when people have had any period of abstinence, they are at much higher risk for an overdose. explained about mixing drugs, these different things, and she was very receptive to this information. And then I trained her on how to use the overdose reversal medication naloxone. She came back about a week later to obtain more naloxone, and I asked her as I usually do, what happened to the last kits that we gave you? And she explained to me that on day 3 of her son living with her, she had found him in the bathroom and had managed to use the medication that I had provided her to reverse that overdose, and then he lived. And she was able to access more medication and was just extremely grateful to us that we had been able to be there and that we had met her where she was at with compassion and understanding, and that we were able to provide this life-saving intervention that saved the life of her son. And so, Honorable Mayor and Council, thank you so much for asking us to present. We're so honored to be here. And yes, if you would like more information, we're on the worldwide interwebs. You can find us at spwaz.org, or you can reach out to us at training@spwaz.org.
Thank you. Councilmember Santa Cruz, I don't know if you wanted to lead with any questions.
I don't know the necessarily questions, but just comments, because it was kind of really hard. Like, you know, we kind of go through the motions on council meetings and all the different policy things that we have to kind of get through. And I came across the work of Sonoran Prevention Works after I lost my brother to an overdose, and feeling like we could have done, you know, so much more to prevent that from happening. There's such a stigma, as mentioned, around drug use, and we put moral judgment around people that do it. And so by doing that, we dehumanize, you know, people's experience, we dehumanize human suffering, and we don't realize that behind like addiction is so much pain or trauma, and that folks are self-medicating to get by. And that was my takeaway with my brother's passing, because people of all walks of life, all statuses use drugs. It's not, we usually think that just folks that live out, you know, are unsheltered on the streets are using. There's so many family members that we all have, that are, whether we know it or not. Yeah, you know, like my brother was an aircraft mechanic, woke up one morning, was getting himself ready, his kids ready to go to work. He laid himself down on the kitchen floor, and his kids found him there, you know, 2 hours later. And he loved his family, he loved his kids. He was just such a hardworking person, you know, had lots of dreams about things that he wanted to do, and had a hard life. He had a very difficult life. He had a very difficult upbringing in our household. And I guess, you know, having that personal experience to folks, you know, who use drugs, I think is an important experience, even as a policymaker, of how we think about these very layered issues, and that it's not a one way. I think ideally, right, we've been talking about it of like, of course, we want people to get services, or, you know, ideally, you know, we think about folks getting sober, but that needs to be a decision, right? That autonomy and agency needs to be given to that person to make when they're ready, and it cannot be a forced thing on them. And so thank you for your work. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for adding to the conversation that we've been having about how we show up, you know, for our community. And so if anybody has questions on the council.
Well, thank you for bringing this to the mayor and council. I had the opportunity to hear about the work that Sonoran Prevention Works does for our community, and I started really understanding harm reduction, I would say back in 2017. And one of the platforms, when I started putting together my Working Families agenda to run for mayor, was to be able to explore and fund as a city harm reduction services for our community, because I believe that there's different paths that people take, that we should be able to make as safe as possible and be able to offer the services to reduce disease and overdose in our community. So there's different paths, there's different programs that work for different people, and harm reduction is one of those programs that we should really consider in terms of continuing to fund. And I know that Pima County Health Department is institutionalizing some of the harm reduction methods within our community. And so I just want to make sure that within the city of Tucson, how do we as a city fit harm reduction into the continuum of services that we are already relying on and funding?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I think that's a great question. And that's something that comes up in a lot of different areas where we do training. I think there's this kind of misconception that harm reduction is kind of contrary to like primary prevention efforts, or it's like the opposite of, you know, an abstinence-only program, but that's really not the case. It's just like you said, Mayor, it's an alternative, right? But it doesn't have to be an alternative forever. So we kind of think of it as this like continuum of care, right? Like we can do our prevention methods. And if we're using one of our favorite analogies, it's like the rail that like prevents people from falling into the river. And then harm reduction can be the life jacket. Like the basics, the absolute minimum that we should be doing is keeping people alive. And that's what, you know, life vests do, and that's what harm reduction can do. So I think it fits in very nicely with other primary prevention and secondary prevention measures. It doesn't have to be like a either or situation, and ideally it's not, because that's what we know is the most effective. SAMHSA actually does a study every year that's like a mental health status report. And they continually find every year that only about 3% of people with a diagnosed substance use disorder actually want to engage in treatment. And as we know, that's more than enough people to fill, you know, our shelter beds, our recovery centers, unfortunately, right? But then there's like the overwhelming majority of people too, like what are we going to do for them, right? And harm reduction is an alternative that we can provide in the meantime.
What groups do you work with locally?
We work with the church. I mean, it's a massive list. We've worked and we've had relationships, you know, come together, come apart over the years. But as far as harm reduction agencies that we work with here in town, we work with the Church of Safe Injection, Tucson. We do work with Community on Wheels. We work with Kadidot Community Kitchen. You know, Kadidot Community Kitchen has been running an SSP and distributing naloxone for quite a while now. So they've been an amazing partner. We've had grants from the Community Food Bank that have addressed rural areas in Pima County where we could best serve individuals that weren't accessing services in maybe an urban setting. And then, I mean, as I was saying, we have worked closely with the Pima County Health Department. I do work closely with Mark Person, at least for information sharing and providing harm reduction technical assistance to them. But we also provided them with all their naloxone for many years. And we've worked with all the TPD substance use disorder team. We've trained the mental health services team for TPD. And then, of course, all your big nonprofits, La Frontera, Kodak, El Rio. We've worked with all of those organizations. So with naloxone distribution, but also, you know, discussing just providing education for staff on substances, but also doing testing, you know, co-testing locations where we can navigate people to care. When you asked like how you felt that it could be best, harm reduction could be best implemented by the city, you know, I think that The deflection program has been a good opportunity for folks. I don't think that that program is perfect, but I do think that it is a step in the right direction, and stepping in that direction would be a good idea. I also think that providing harm reduction education for the city staff, the folks that are dealing with people who are using drugs in the park, the folks that are working with the people that are using drugs in the housing, right? And that are able to approach them and provide the compassionate care that those folks need to best serve them. And then also, I'll just reiterate, I mean, there are organizations that are already doing this work, but those organizations could use much more support, and they already have those existing relationships within the community. So.
Thank you so much. I just want to commend Tucson Police Department and all of the work that they're doing in terms of deflection and harm reduction. And then, of course, Pima County Health Department and their innovative approach to distributing naloxone at libraries, at public libraries as well, and talking to family that don't even know how to start. This is a conversation that is important in my mind for us to be able to hear about and learn about and ask questions about, because even though it's not a lot of money, not as much as it should be, the opioid settlement money that's coming in is something that we're thinking about. And as you said, prevention is a big piece of the equation, but I believe that harm reduction is another pathway to what we should be doing as a community. So I know that my colleagues have some questions, Vice Mayor, and then if there's any others that want to jump in, let me know.
Yeah, it can't be either or. It's good to see you again. You used the phrase a couple of times during your presentation, chaotic substance use. Is that like a word of art in the community? What does that mean to you?
Well, not everybody so substance use disorder is defined as continuing to use despite negative consequences. That's one of the determinants that is used. But, substance use disorder can be mild, moderate, or severe. And so we use the term chaotic substance use because of the stigma that's associated with the word addiction. There are even folks that are experiencing addiction that are experiencing a substance use disorder who can spontaneously stop and self-regulate. And also, we feel like the broader term of addiction, while it does have a great deal of stigma to it, doesn't acknowledge the nuance that takes place with people who use drugs, being that their substance use disorder diagnosis could be mild, moderate, or severe. But of the people that engage in the use of highly stigmatized substances, only 10 to 20% of those individuals develop what would be deemed a substance use disorder. But they may experience negative consequences as a result of their use, but it doesn't mean that they are living with a substance use disorder. So instead of using the word addict, we use the word person who uses drugs, because it puts the person first and also lets us know, it helps us to remember that people who use drugs are people. They are things with dimensions. They are not black and white. And also, chaotic substance use really encompasses that whole variety of substance use, because substance use exists along a continuum. And so when we say addiction, when I say the word addiction out loud, what image just came into your head, right? And so that doesn't really do the justice for the negative consequences, but also the negative consequences that an individual can experience as a result of their substance use.
Fair enough. It was interesting to me that your study was from 17 to 20, which was all pre-COVID.
Yeah.
What have you seen in terms of age distribution and intensity since COVID?
Well, since COVID, when it comes to fentanyl testing strips, I believe that's the study that you're referring to. Yes, both of those studies were done before COVID, but let's just name it. Most of the people that are utilizing opioids right now assume that there is fentanyl in their drugs, unless they haven't been educated about it. So the fentanyl testing strips, while extremely useful, are most useful at this point for people that are engaging in stimulant use. And so we don't have any numbers from the COVID period. We did just, I mean, I could tell you, I don't have it in front of me, I could tell you how many strips we distributed during that period of time. But I can tell you that there has been a shift from people requesting those to people that are using drugs other than opiates, because those are the drugs that run the risk of a cross-contamination.
And finally, xylidine, you said is a tranquilizer, is it sleeping pills, is it over the counter, is it prescription, is it cut with, what, describe that better.
Xylazine is a non-scheduled veterinary tranquilizer that was originally placed into the drug supply in Puerto Rico many years ago. They've dealt with it for a long time. So fentanyl, as the Pima County Health Department probably told you, has a short half-life. So folks who use fentanyl need to use it more often, which is one of the reasons that you see such a high risk of overdose, is because of its short half-life. People are exposing themselves much more often to a unregulated and unsafe supply of substances. So whereas a person who maybe had an opioid use disorder and was using heroin would use 3 to 4 times a day, a person who is using fentanyl maybe uses 12 to 20 to 25 times a day, which exposes them to that unsafe supply. So because we don't have a regulated supply of substances and the substance supply has been so chaotic, folks have been adding in a variety of cuts to these drugs, and one of them is xylazine. And xylazine is also on the street known as tranq, and it generally tends to give legs or increase the duration of the effects of fentanyl, but it also has a tendency to just knock people out. It's, as we've talked to people who use drugs, they anecdotally say that this is not something that they want in their substance supply. And, I just say that to you folks to highlight, I don't want to start a drug panic amongst you folks. Like, we need to be very cautious as we approach this and approach this from a public health perspective. But we have seen xylazine extensively on the East Coast, and we know that eventually, as most drug trends do, it will reach Arizona. So one of the biggest things about xylazine, and well, to finish my point, is just that when folks are, it's not about the choices that you make so often, it's about the choices that you have. And so people who are living in Philadelphia right now don't have a choice of whether or not they want to use xylazine, right? It's the only thing that they can get. And if you're living with an opioid use disorder, you're going to take what you can get because that's what your brain's telling you to do, right? So the biggest piece of information that we have about xylazine that we are attempting to tell folks is that it really changes the response that we have to overdose incidents. So generally it takes about 2 doses of naloxone to revive anybody from an opioid-induced overdose. But what we've heard is people being injected with 12 to 13 doses of naloxone, which throws a person into a very painful, precipitated withdrawal that is not necessary and breaks trust with that individual. One of the reasons that we think this is happening is because xylazine is in the supply, and when a person is experiencing an overdose and they're high on xylazine, they just may appear completely asleep, right? So they fall out, right? They fall down. We check for responsiveness, as we're trained to do with an overdose reversal. We give them naloxone, and they don't wake up. But what happens is they start breathing again. So we have really updated our overdose prevention trainings and our information to reflect the presence of xylazine, that we need to be checking for responsiveness and not responsiveness, but breathing when it comes to xylazine use. Do you want to add anything to the xylazine conversation?
Yeah, just rescue breathing. I know everyone was really hesitant during COVID, understandably, to provide rescue breathing, but there are a number of things that we can do, right? Providing CPR face shields, lots of other breathing bags, other techniques to create that barrier. But rescue breathing is going to be absolutely vital as we see xylazine enter the supply more.
So I'm going to have to finish on that note. Really appreciate the presentation, the information, and all of the really good things that Sonoran Prevention Works is doing in our community. I hope this is not the end of our conversation, but just the beginning. Thank you for your policy recommendations. Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz, for bringing this to the table, and thank you all for coming.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Alrighty, we move on to item 4. Councilmember Cunningham has requested time be set aside for a continued discussion regarding Tucson Police Department staffing, including strategies for recruitment and retention, use of retired police officers, reserve officers, school safety officers, and related matters. Councilmember Cunningham.
So one of our biggest challenges with public safety isn't really a funding issue anymore. It's a people issue. It's an issue where we have responders in different capacities now. When we look at public safety, we're not just talking about a police and a squad car. We're talking about mental health hotline response. We're talking about social workers. We're talking about community service officers. We're talking about that point of contact in the street. The other thing that we do here, though, is that we're always trying to keep our staffing level where we need it to be. And this year, an interesting thing happened. We had fire at full capacity, and while police has made incredible strides being competitive and keeping their force readiness as high as they can, there's some places where I think we have some opportunities to augment that. And just some places where we can, with a few tweaks, we may be able to improve our efficiency, and we may be able to keep our employees around. One of the things that we've talked about is, it's been a discussion a long time, recruitment and retention bonuses. I don't know, and we've always discussed that just with police. I actually think it's time we actually take a look at that throughout the city. I think every single department has that. I think there's value to looking at employees, and if they have experience and are doing a great job for us, if they're willing to hit milestones, I think there's an opportunity to keep them here. I think there's also an opportunity to take employees of other jurisdictions, employees in other agencies who are qualified as social workers, qualified as post-certified, qualified in any other realm, and bring them over here with some type of way to lure them here. And I think that's another piece we could look at. The other one that I talked about in the memo was the school resource officers. I'd really like to know, right now, I work at a school, and when you call the police, school safety comes in. And the school safety officers are actually a function of the school district. Most of them are post-certified. So they come to the school and they interact with the kids, and most of the time they try to avoid any type of physical or paper referral to juvenile court. But there are situations where it becomes a necessity that arrest has to be made. But school safety can't even make that arrest. They have to call TPD to come in and do it. And in some of the lower level offenses, maybe the situation could be warranted that the school safety officers could facilitate that. I think that would help us free up some resources in patrol. The other piece that I wanted to bring up today was reserves. And I know that around the state, there's been some discussion. I know there's some statutory limitations regarding it, but I know that there's an opportunity to have officers who have retired to be able to come and pick up shifts once in a while. That way we have more boots on the ground, as far as we have more response, but we also have the ability for the team to be more collaborative when they respond to different situations. And finally, I think our last piece in the memo was the transition of civilian jobs. We don't need to have every single officer be a commissioned person. I think we have an opportunity that we've got some investigation and administrative jobs within the department that don't necessarily have to be commissioned. So with all that, me setting the table on that, I'd like to invite the chief up to kind of give us a briefing on where we are on some of these things and what we can do, and perhaps some of the barriers to moving some of these things forward, as well as give us an idea of where our staffing's at and our overall response, not just the commission response, but the overall response in the city that we have with our staffing.
Chief.
Councilmember Cunningham, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Mr. City Manager, I appreciate the opportunity to shine light and attention on many complex and competing priorities that you all have, as today's conversations have certainly highlighted. Where are we at? So we have 817 of our 1,138 team members are commission team members. That means commission folks in a variety of positions, from being at the academy and field training to deployable police officers. I think really today's conversations highlight, though, while our number one priority at TPD under my leadership has been retaining the staff that we have, because just for an example, last year 35 team members retired. Some of them completed the drop, some of them did not complete the drop, but 35 team members at a minimum of 20 years of experience is over 700 years of experience. And when we talk about the complexities of harm reduction, and tranq and fentanyl, and then shelter population, the skills needed to meet the community's demands come with experience and years of experience. And that's certainly not the case with 9 months of training out of a police academy. So the right work in the right hands, that's been a continued philosophy of this leadership team, as it is with our department. And we have to think creatively about how do we innovate while we're trying to retain, while we're trying to recruit. How do we think differently about meeting the demands and the needs of our community? And that comes through the professionalizing of positions, like expanding the community service officers, community safety, health and wellness, alternative response, branding's team, housing's team, but also thinking, okay, what is the next innovation and push within the Tucson Police Department? Through your leadership and support in consultation with the city manager, depending on how the rest of the council agenda items go today, there's conversation and capacity for professional staff investigators. That'll be a new position within this police department. Again, trying to meet the demands and the workload of the city while balancing the workload for your staff at Tucson Police Department. In your memo, you also brought up some innovative ideas along with council support that we'll continue to work with the city manager's office on and our partners at TUSD to think differently about how school resources officers could be used. We call them student engagement team members if they work for the Tucson Police Department. And even expanding that idea of community service officers in schools. What does that look like? One of the reasons we got in trouble in a post-George Floyd world where police officers were pulled out of a traditional school resource officer was pulled out of schools was the idea that police officers were pipelining kids into incarceration. So rethinking that, and what does that look like? That's not the case with this police department, but that was a national, local conversation. And so when you put a community service officer in a school who doesn't have the authority to do that, that's a different type of relationship and engagement that we can have with those children. So lots of different things to think about. Your memo laid the foundation for ongoing dialogue that we can have with the city manager. My partner in innovation will be HR Director Suzette Yanzeko. I can't innovate without her. And innovation in this space requires us to think differently. It requires class and comp work. It requires us to look across the country and say, hey, what's working in other places? But then what do we modify and what works here in Tucson for the demands that we have? So I'm confident that we can continue on some really great momentum. While I was ambitiously hoping we could have a larger impact on loss of commission officers last year, while we did decrease that last year, and I'm hoping for a flat loss of zero of staffing with commission, we did gain 5% staffing last year, and that's a big deal in this great resignation era to increase the size of the department that we have. So we're going to continue that work, and I'm available for more questions.
Do we have any, can you talk a little bit about the statutory limitations on a reserve type program that we might be able to implement to at least get it? I've sat with you before, you know, we've been talking about different things for years, and one of the things we've always said is, well, how many do we have at briefing? And my question is there an avenue for a reserve program so we can have more folks at briefing? Is there a way we can get there?
Honorable
Yes.
Mayor and Councilmember Cunningham, with respect to statutory limitations, those really flow from PSPRS rules in terms of if you're talking about retirees coming back as reservists. And the fundamental restriction that is in the statutes under PSPRS is that a retiree can't return to his or her employer following retirement at any time if the position that they come back to is the same or substantially similar to what they did before they retired. So I've been talking with the chief. We're going to continue to work on different ways to be able to use retirees without putting them in harm's way of losing their pension benefits. As the chief was talking about retirees coming back to do jobs different than what they did, right, when they were a pre-retirement, that's the avenue that we would need to use for retirees. And then with respect to the role of reservists and who can fill those spots, when you're talking about folks who aren't retirees, then there's more opportunity in terms of the scope of the duties that they can perform.
Well done. And then is there any classification at all between commissioned and CSO that could be classified for like school safety, or is it would it require like a totally new law?
Mayor, I'm going to go ahead and take that one. I think it's important as we're trying to address the spirit and intent, which we very much appreciate this conversation, because I think it does bring importance and highlight the challenges that we're facing. All of these, I think, in some way can be worked on. And what I'd like to do is get some space to do just that, and then come back to you with some recommendations, because I think it's difficult to get into the nuances of one position and a classification versus another. So, Mayor and Councilmember Cunningham, I appreciate very much the leadership and really bringing this forth, but I would like some space to be able to come back to you with a recommendation.
And that's all we're looking for. I mean, I don't think we knew that there were things outside of the city that are affecting these pieces, and I'd like us to, as part of that. I mean, I don't know if we need a motion, but I'd like staff to take about 6 months on this, maybe even a little longer. Take the temperature with some of the other cities and the state, and see what kind of appetite, because I know that the other cities are facing the same challenges we are. So I think we may see some shifts in state law that allow us to expand on some of these things. So that's kind of why I wanted to bring this conversation. Now, do we need to make a motion, or is this direction good enough?
I don't think we need a motion. I think that it's very explicit direction. I think we're all looking for just to make sure that we're being as innovative. I know that you are already instituting a lot of innovative practices to fill positions that are completely important, Chief. So I think that the message is received in terms of continuing that work and making sure that we come back, give us your recommendations, and continue being as innovative as possible to make sure that we have the appropriate number of staff to be able to provide the job and the safety that the community needs. Am I correct? Okay. Vice Mayor?
Just a quick question from Mike Rankin. You said that if someone comes back in a law enforcement capacity, it has to be in a different job. Law enforcement is kind of law enforcement. I mean, what do you mean?
Yes, and that's an express requirement under the PSPRS statutes, but there are ways that folks then can come back regardless of whether it's in the chief's department or it could be in other departments in the organization as well. I'll just give one example. So as I've looked at certain reorganization components for my own office, we looked at possibly creating an investigator position for our office to help do follow-up on domestic violence cases and do a whole range of other activities. And that position would almost certainly be filled, and had been in the past, by retired law enforcement. But that could also occur within the chief's department as well, within TPD, where they would not be, their job duties would look very different than, before they retired.
But they'd still be under the PSPRS umbrella.
And they could still, under that circumstance, enjoy their pension benefit and not be at risk of losing their pension benefit while they're rehired with the city of Tucson.
Good, thanks.
Councilmember Cunningham, we're happy with the direction. I think that's your marching orders, and appreciate the collaboration. Thank you for bringing this item to Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
Alrighty, so we move on to item 6. Time has been set aside for mayor and council.
Wait for our presentation to come up. Excellent. Thank you. So as we've already said, we are here today in study session before your meeting tonight for the adoption of the final budget. We've been discussing the development of this budget since practically the first of the year. The city manager's recommended budget was presented to you on April 18th. We've been having conversations since then. Tentative budget was adopted on May 23rd, and now we're here for final budget today. Since we were in front of you on May 23rd and you adopted the tentative budget, we haven't made any changes to that document or information to bring forward for final budget tonight. In adopting that tentative budget amount at our last meeting, that's setting the maximum or the cap on expenditures. So if there are items that you would like to add tonight, we'll actually be making adjustments to that so that we don't go over the total budget amount that was approved in the tentative budget, and we can assist in doing that. Additional information that we did want to provide for tonight centers around basically 3 items that were of discussion the last time we met. The first and most important is certainly the Climate Action Plan, the Tucson Resilient Together Plan. And we heard public comment during our last meeting and concern about the amount of the city's budget that was allocated towards climate efforts. And I wanted to provide a little bit more information for you. We put a fair amount of information in your memo for tonight. We really had an overlapping adoption of the climate plan and the implementation strategy this spring. As the climate plan was coming forward, and then the deputy manager's implementation plan, which came to you on April 18th, that really was coinciding with the city manager's recommended budget. But there was a lot of good coordination in making sure that what came forward in the recommended budget actually was about $80 million of investments that support the climate action plan. I think when we met last time, because we had specifically been talking about the city's investment plan and $1 million of climate funding there, I think I'm concerned that some people might have had the impression that that's all that was in the budget for climate, and that's not the case. We're excited to talk about the nearly $20 million of federal funding this year that we've either been awarded or are continuing to pursue. The largest amount there is in one item, a $12.1 million low and no emissions grant that we have been awarded. And so that's a significant amount that is an important piece of our climate plan implementation. The $300,000 from the state for the To-Go Bike Share program is an important piece. And then we have over $60 million of local funding in this year's budget that helps us fulfill the elements of the Climate Action Plan. Approximately $40 million of that local funding is from our Prop 411 and the Move Tucson transportation improvements that prioritize bicycle and pedestrian mobility through sidewalks, bicycle improvements, and increased safety. We do, within that local funding, have significant investments in heat mitigation and the Storm to Shade program, as well as, again, that $1 million that we have in the investment plan and Prop 407 amounts that all support weatherization programs, studies of energy use and benchmarks, and renewable energy efforts. These are just a small number of things that you received more of that detailed information in your memo. And then finally, as you're aware, there's about $10 million of ARPA funding over a 3-year period that is dedicated to climate action. And this year, 2 positions will be funded from that money, as well as our solar empowerment program and an urban tree inventory project. Again, I just wanted to highlight those significant investments that will be made to advance the climate action plan for you. We also had additional conversations about the LIHTC program housing units and the concern about some of our existing units being removed or decreased affordability, I guess what I would say. And we will continue to communicate, to work with Arizona Department of Housing and to report back to you on the status of those housing units, as well as the neighborhood programs. We did have a significant amount of public comment at our last meeting, and the city manager described to you the plan to evaluate the program, have our new planning director, Director Swallow, evaluate our neighborhood program services, the staffing, funding, mailings, and provide recommendations in the coming weeks and months. We've included, and as an important part of our budget development is our 5-year projection and the investment plan. We have not made any changes to this document since our last meeting. And our 5-year projections are based on modest historic growth in both revenues and expenditures. But with everything that's going on, that has been going on, and that it looks like will continue to go on with economic uncertainty, volatility, we'll continue to track and react to changes in these 5-year projections and this 5-year plan. So our next steps, as the city manager described, is the public hearing and adoption of the final budget tonight during a special meeting. We'll come back to you on July 18th to set the primary and secondary property taxes. That's good news. We've got a decreased levy coming forward to you because of decreased cost for torts. So that's what the future looks like here with budget adoption.
Just before we start continue the conversation, I just want to call attention to the time. We're running a little bit late, so we will have additional time at the special meeting to continue the conversations, ask questions for public, so that we can submit it to the record, et cetera. So we're running a little bit late, and I just want to make sure that we're all aware of that. Go ahead, Mr. Manager.
Mayor, I'll make this very quick. So 2 things that I think are important for you to know. One is, I know that you have been given or received information from members of the public questioning increases on specific line items, particularly on Schedule E. And so what I did is I actually dissected that for you, and it's very difficult for someone to just pick up a sheet and see that and recognize all of the nuances of it. One of the pieces that's extremely important is, if you remember, when we go through the investment plan, even though it shows up on a spreadsheet, that is not how the budget reflects that. And so those dollars are actually put into that department. And so there's a deviation from, or an increase from one year to the next, or even a decrease depending on that. So that's the first thing, just be aware of that. The second thing is, I've mentioned this to some of you individually, and I think what I'll do is just across the board suggest to you that what I will do is bring back an item on July 18th with your carryover funding from your individual ward offices. And then I'll work with you to develop specific recommendations for the use of those dollars. They'll be one-time monies, but I want to make sure everyone has that same opportunity. So I will bring that back to you on the 18th. It'll just be a conversation about how those dollars can be used going forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Any questions or comments? Councilwoman Lee?
I'll make it quick. With the debt ceiling package, I know they're clawing back about just under $500 billion of unspent COVID funding. So I was just wondering if that might impact us at all, and if so, how is that going to be shown here?
Sure. Mayor, Councilmember Lee, that has been a big concern. Fortunately for us, all of those dollars were transferred. And so we have possession of those dollars, and we have been working with our lobbyists to ensure that they can't claw back money they've already given us. So it's physically been transferred, so we have control of it. We don't believe that that is in danger at this time.
Anything else that you'd like to add? Alrighty, thank you so much for thorough discussions on this item. We might have additional comment or questions at the special meeting. Thank you, Anna. We're going to move on to item 7. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive updates on state and national legislation and regional committees. And Andrew's coming up.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. Just some quick updates on federal and state items. First, I distributed some information at the request of Councilmember Fimbres by email yesterday. He had some questions related to PFAS, the debt ceiling, defense funding, Colorado River agreements. Happy to answer any questions about those. Did want to give an update on the debt ceiling. And of course, as you know, as many of you probably know, the president signed the debt ceiling agreement into law on Saturday, thus avoiding a debt crisis for the country. Again, just want to reiterate what the city manager said, and we were watching this very closely. I want to assure mayor and council that none of the state and local funding from ARPA is part of the funding that is being rescinded as part of that agreement. So we're in good shape there, and it's the same for states and cities, of course, across the country. There will be some spending caps as a result of the deal, and we'll be watching very closely to see what kinds of impacts that may have on, certainly the national economy, but even locally here, and any impacts it may have on federal budgets going forward. As far as the state is concerned, the state legislature is scheduled to come back into session next week, June 12th. I've mentioned some of the bills that are still outstanding that we'll see if the legislature moves on them, and in particular, housing zoning bills. Following up on your discussion earlier, there's still some interest by the legislature to make some changes and do some things in statute in the name of trying to increase affordable housing. There's still the charter bills, taxes, and a number of other bills. One thing that I will mention here is that we're currently scheduled for our annual review of the legislative session with our state contract lobbyists, Kathy Sensman and Doug Cole. They are scheduled to be here July 18th. I hope that brings luck, meaning that the legislative session will be done by then, so they can give their end of session overview. But either way, they'll certainly have a lot of information to present to mayor and council on the budget and some of the other important bills that have been considered this session. So with that, I'm happy, Mayor, to answer any questions.
I don't have any questions on my end. Any questions from the colleagues on the council? I just wanted to, again, call attention to and thank Governor Hobbs and our delegation to the state legislature for putting funds aside for unsheltered homelessness and the Arizona Housing Trust Fund for affordability. We just learned today that Tucson was awarded $2.7 million in funding for exclusive use for unsheltered homelessness. This will help us expand our emergency shelter capacity and purchase an additional property to serve people with our Housing First program. That adds to the $10 million in American Rescue Plan dollars that the mayor and council have used to purchase properties for Housing First. And I just want to call attention that the investments this governor and legislature are making in addressing unsheltered homelessness are crucial for the city of Tucson to continue implementing our housing affordability strategy. So I just want to call attention to that because the governor is proving to be an incredible partner to the city of Tucson, something that we didn't enjoy before the last administration. So I just wanted to call attention to that. Anyone else want to ask any questions on the possibilities of bills still pending at the state ledge?
This isn't about bills, it's a different topic, but it's under the same umbrella, and maybe for the city manager, city attorney, and perhaps you. There is litigation right now in play opposing the current alignment of I-11, proposed alignment of I-11. It's being driven by the Center for Biological Diversity, the Audubon Society, Friends of Ironwood Forest, and the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection. we've taken a position in opposition to what's being proposed. Is there a way that this body, this city, could join or lead or help in that litigation? And how would we do that?
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor Kozaczek, I'll have to look at that and come back to the council, and if there is, then we can schedule it as a noticed agenda item and have a full discussion on it.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Really appreciate your time on this, and I'm looking forward to maybe July, our meeting in July, to have that that item with Doug and Kathy. Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Alrighty, so we move on to item 8. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? Councilmember Dahl?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to pull off consent item 7K for discussion.
Okay, 7K.
It's the assured water supply.
Alrighty, and I wanted to pull out the resolution. What is that item, Suzanne? The mining resolution? Alrighty, so we understand. The mining resolution, so we could talk about it.
There's so many consent agenda items.
It is consent agenda item P.
Yeah.
For discussion on its own. Any others?
And Honorable Mayor, just a quick housekeeping note with respect to item 50, with
For
respect
the
to...
audience, please, we still are in study session. Please remain silent. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just, a housekeeping note, regular session item 15 with respect to the compensation plan provided a revised ordinance to the clerk, just shortening the title by a whole lot. So you'll hear the new title as she reads it. And then with respect to regular item 13, the initial materials that went out described the pole as a mono elm. But it's just a monopole. The rest of the materials were correct, but there was one incorrect reference, so that's been cleaned up.
I didn't hear.
Mr. Rankin?
You got pulled. You were. It was too noisy. So what got pulled? You have the
Water assured.
water assured. Okay.
And item P, which is the resolution on mining.
Mining.
Alrighty, if we don't have any more on that, we have item 9. Does anyone have any items for future agendas? Hearing none, study session is adjourned. The regular session will begin at 5:40 p.m. The next study session will be Tuesday, July 11th, 2023. Thank you all so much, and we'll see you in 30 minutes. Everyone, council will stand in session. Ms. Clerk, let's go to roll call.
Mix Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mr. Dahl.
Here.
Mr. Cunningham.
Here.
Mrs. Lee. Here. Mr. Fimbres.
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Here.
Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2,
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
the invocation will be given by Pastor Larry Munguia from the Sober Project. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I brought a couple of friends of mine that have been spending time over at the Gospel Rescue Mission. I saw that you came and saw what was going on over there, and I really appreciate that. We sat out there when they opened that place up and had a lot of hope for the city of Tucson. In the last 6 years, wow, we've seen a lot of good things happen. And there's people all over the world, not just the United States, all over the world, looking at that program, watching that program change lives. So I brought a couple of my guys with us. Let's bow our heads if you're so inclined. Father God, we come to you, Lord, and we thank you for this time. And I pray for the city of Tucson. I ask you, Lord, that each and every one, the members of our city council, our mayor, our managers, all that are helping, Lord, that they seek you for guidance. They seek you for wisdom. That all the choices they make are for the good of the city of Tucson, for the health of the men and women that have turned this city into a gem. So, Lord, we thank you. We just thank you for letting us be part of this city. And I thank you, let me be part of this city council. We ask you this in Jesus' holy name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thanks, you guys. Take care. Make some good choices.
Thank you, Pastor Munguia, for gracing us with your presence. Really appreciate it. Item 2C,
Presentations proclaiming June 6, 2023 as Gun Violence Awareness Day.
I would like to proclaim June 6, 2023 as Gun Violence Awareness Day. And I know that a team from Banner University University Medical Center will be here to receive the proclamation. I know that also we have Assistant Chief Hall with us to receive the proclamations, or meet me up on the podium, please. Hi, don't be scared. You can come over here. We could have others here over here. A wonderful looking crowd here. Thank you so much for joining us. So I'll read the proclamation and then give you an opportunity to say a couple of words. So on behalf of the City of Tucson, Office of the Mayor, whereas every day, more than 120 Americans are killed by gun violence, alongside more than 200 who are shot and wounded, and on average, there are nearly 17,000 gun homicides every year. Whereas Arizona has 1,228 gun deaths every year, with a rate of 16.4 deaths per 100,000 people. Arizona has the 18th highest rate of gun deaths in the U.S. And whereas gun homicides and assaults are concentrated in cities with more than half of all firearm-related gun deaths in the nation, occurring in 127 cities across the nation. And whereas protecting public safety with evidence-based solutions in communities they serve is the mayor's highest responsibility. And whereas support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens goes hand in hand with keeping guns away from people with dangerous histories. And whereas mayors and law enforcement officers know their communities best, are the most familiar with local criminal activity and how to address it, and are best positioned to understand how to keep their citizens safe. And whereas in January of 2013, Hadia Pendleton was tragically shot and killed at age 15. And on June 3rd, 2022, to recognize the 25th anniversary of Hadia Pendleton's birthday, people across the United States will recognize National Gun Violence Awareness Day and wear orange in tribute to Hadia Pendleton and other victims of gun violence and the loved ones of those victims. And whereas the idea was inspired by a group of Hadia's friends who asked their classmates to commemorate her life by wearing orange. They chose this color because hunters wear orange to announce themselves to other hunters when out in the woods, and orange is a color that symbolizes the value of human life. And whereas by wearing orange on June 2nd through the 4th, 2023, Americans will raise awareness about gun violence and honor the lives of gun violence victims and survivors. And whereas we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the wrong hands and encourage responsible gun ownership to help keep our children safe. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim June 2nd through the 4th, 2023 to be National Gun Violence Awareness Weekend in this community, and I encourage all residents to support their local community's efforts to prevent the tragic effects of gun violence and to honor and value human lives. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona to be affixed this 6th day of June, 2023. Thank you so much. Would you like to say something?
Would like to.
You could.
Yeah, perfect. First and foremost, we want to thank you, Mayor, and the entire city of Tucson for this. We at Banner and Tucson Police look forward to working with all leadership in the community to make Tucson a safer place, and we're committed to do so. So thank you very much.
I just thank you and the council members for recognizing the importance of this. It's not about control, it's about safety and the safety of our kids, the safety of our community that we're also proud to live in. And that's what it's all about. Thank you.
Thank you so much for everything you do. Item 2D,
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 176, dated June 6th, is received into and made part of the record. We have no appointments in this report. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 157, dated June 6th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? I think I see a few hands. So we'll start with Ward 1 and then move down the table.
Thank you, Mayor. Join us this Sunday at the Ward 1 office for our monthly West Side BCZ Burros Ride on Sunday, June 11th, starting at 8 a.m. We roll out by 8:30. We are also commemorating that this is Pride Month, so this is a Pride Ride. Ironwood Ridge neighbors are organizing a neighborhood cleanup on Saturday, June 17th from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. The meeting location is to be determined, but if anybody wants to come out to help, you can keep track of us at the Ward 1 newsletter, or call the Ward 1 office at 791-4040 for updated information. The Historic A Mountain community will be hosting their annual Juneteenth celebration again this year on Saturday, June 17th from 12 p.m. to 7 p.m. at Vista del Pueblo Park at 1800 West San Marcos Boulevard. Stop by and enjoy the music, food, and elders sharing stories about living at the base west of the mountain. We have our Ward 1 office bike check 1-3 on the third Wednesday of the month, so June 21st from 5:30 to 6:30. If folks want to drop off their bike for some basic bike repair. Mayor, I believe that you are still due to drop off your bikes. And then on Saturday, June 24th, we have the 25th Annual Dia de San Juan Fiesta, which will be at the Mission Gardens from 6 p.m. till 10 p.m. And then finally, I wanted to express my condolences to the wife, family, and friends of our Park Tucson Administrator, Donovan Durbin.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Well, We're not meeting again, but we have 3 or 4 different events coming up about Juneteenth. There's one June 17th at Keno. There's also a choir event June 11th at Pima Community College. For those of you who haven't participated in Juneteenth events in the past, I urge you to do so. It's a incredible experience.
Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. It's summer and it's hot, and there's 20 city pools that are fully open, unlike last summer when we could only open about 10 of them. So a great shout out, big shout out, and thank you to the Parks and Recs Department for working hard to get the lifeguards that we needed to do this. We're celebrating every pool. City Pool will have a pool party, a summer palooza. In Ward 3, the pool party will be on Saturday, July 1st, 4 to 7 p.m. for a red, white, and blue splash bash. Mansfield Pool, 2275 North 4th Avenue. There'll be games, music, food, and lots of pool fun. Encourage you to go swimming this summer. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. No upcoming announcements, just a thanks to everyone who made the Ward 4 Splash Bash happen, as well as the ribbon cutting. Thank you, Mayor, for coming out and helping us launch the opening of the new water slide at Freedom Park. So to go along with the pool theme, I hope everyone can get out and take advantage of these new projects and resources in the community. That's all, Mayor.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Kozaczek?
Yeah, I want to thank
I have something to report.
Councilwoman.
Councilmember Fimbres?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank everyone that's worked to me on my healing and my back and shoulder surgery that I had. And it's slowly progressing. My doctor and have limited my activities though, and I am still trying to get my work done. Those parameters. I want to thank my colleagues, the Council Ward 5 constituents, fellow Tucson, for covering during this time. I want to extend my condolences also to the family of Donovan Durbin and his sudden passing and loss of the city of Tucson and the many events and organizations he worked with as Park Tucson director. I had the privilege of working with Donovan when he was also at the Ward 6 office, as well as his time as Park Tucson director of the Tucson Change Program, which he worked to get parking meters donated, to the credit card donations, as well as placement of those downtown to U of A and out to the airport. He was a good public servant, but we have gained a guardian angel.
Thank you,
On
Councilmember.
Friday,
Oh,
I'm not
sorry.
done yet.
Go ahead.
Friday, we handed out again, contingency elected officials and myself, handed out cards from the Ward 5 office, schools, who presented cards, thank you notes to veterans at VA Hospital. This time we had 7 schools participate. I want to thank also on Tuesday, we did the Gold Star Mother statue dedication. Honor the families of servicemen and women, servers their lives of serving in the military, was dedicated to Gold Star Family Park in Tucson. This dedicated the first Gold Star monument in Tucson. The first monument families of military service members who paid the ultimate sacrifice defending this nation in Tucson and Southern Arizona. I saw that our families, loved ones who died defending our freedoms, and we must never forget them. The monument will continue their memories. And thank Barbara Brownlee with the committee and everyone who made his effort to work with this commitment. Chris Moon, Martin Lugo, and Stefano Pantini, a few of the veterans who died. On Saturday, June 3rd, was a great day for Ward 5 in the Southern Arizona South Side ribbon cuttings and reopening of Gunny Bananas Park. New amenities including the new splash pad down through Proposition 407. And to thank everyone who came out to the engagement, as well as Loretta's family who were present. Thank Mayor Romero, my colleagues on the council, for the support of this project for the Gunny Bananas Park, as well as the voters moving Proposition 407. Thank all the neighbors, Sunnyside High School and the Sunnyside School District, who took part in this design process. Thank Tucson Parks and Rec Director Lana Hamway and their team for their work on this project. I want to thank Marcus Moreno for his advocacy of the park, to preserve everybody's memory and legacy. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all I got. God bless you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Vice Mayor Kozaczek?
Thank you. I just want to build on a little bit on what Councilmember Santa Cruz and Fimbres said about Donovan Durbin. Donovan was one of the first two people I hired when I started this in 2009, and the reason for that is because it was absolutely clear that he was completely passionate about the revitalization of downtown, 4th Avenue, the downtown core, the main gate area. He was so well known and so well liked by hundreds of people, thousands of people in his service. And I've been in touch with his wife since he passed away on Saturday night, late Saturday night, very unexpectedly. To the many people who have reached out, I want to say that we are working with her on a celebration memorial. We've been in touch with several downtown venues. It will be done in her time. She's now surrounded by his brothers and her family. As you can imagine, having lost somebody that's been a part of your life for 30 years, 2 or 3 days later, she's just obviously not ready to start talking about things like arrangements. I want to appreciate the mayor, city manager for reaching out also. The family is, as I say here, and they're working through all the stuff that you got to work through, and we will have an announcement when the time is right. And as I say, it'll be at Aaron's time. We're not going to rush it. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I add my deepest condolences to Donovan's wife and family for the unexpected loss of life. I would like to take a moment at this summary of current events to thank Governor Hobbs and the Arizona Department of Housing for awarding the city of Tucson $2.7 million in funding. This will help us expand our emergency shelter capacity and purchase an additional property to serve people with our Housing First program and provide shelter. The investment that this governor and legislature are making in addressing unsheltered homelessness are crucial to the city of Tucson to continue implementing our housing affordability strategy for Tucson. And it is a very, very big difference than the previous administration. So I want to celebrate and take a moment to thank Governor Hobbs, our Tucson delegation for working hard to include $60 million for unsheltered homelessness for distribution in cities and towns and counties across the state. I think $60 million is not enough, but it is a good first 2 years investment in unsheltered homelessness. With that, we move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's communication number 158 dated June 6th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I did want to take a privilege of the microphone to also offer our condolences on behalf of the staff to Donovan Durbin's widow and family. Donovan was a part of our team, and we work closely together on a variety of fronts. And not to mention the fact that, as Vice Mayor Kozacek already outlined, Donovan was instrumental in getting downtown going, if you will, and second Saturdays and a variety of other things. But from a implementation standpoint, was an administrator with our Park Tucson component of what we do. And it doesn't sound like it's a glamorous job, but I will tell you that he carried it out in a very innovative and creative way, always looking for solutions, particularly during the pandemic, when a lot of folks were scratching their head on how to address many of the issues. And Donovan came up with thoughts and facilitated conversations with not only businesses, but with some of you. And I think that it is important that we notice that now. And he will be missed as a part of our team, and I wanted to make sure that people recognize the significant contributions that he made to our organization and to our community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Item 5.
Liquor License Applications Report from City Manager.
City Manager's communication number 156 dated June 6th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agendas.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have 2 requests for new licenses, 4 requests for person location transfers, and 1 agent change acquisition of control. All are in compliance with city requirements except for items 5B1 El Amador Downtown Luxury Inn in Ward 6 and the Circle K at 3155 East Speedway, also in Ward 6. So an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B2 through 6 and 5D1 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please? There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Your Honor,
Any against?
Your Honor, Mr. Fimbres' hand is up. I just want to be sure.
Okay, Councilmember Fimbres, I didn't hear you vote on this. Do you have a question?
No matter what, I'm saying aye.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. So any against? I didn't hear if there was any against. Hearing none. Motion carries. We move on to item 6.
Oh, Your Honor, we have 2 to consider separately.
I'm sorry. Let's move on to those considering separately.
The first one is item 5B1, the El Amador Downtown Luxury Inn.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor Kozachik.
Yeah, is anyone here from El Amador? Come on up. Or is it the tall mic? Be good. Yeah, yeah.
But I'm short.
It bends. So my understanding from city staff is that you don't have a C of O yet for the operation. Is that accurate?
That is correct. It is underway. We've been kind of lost when the city had the transition over to everything going online. The development services, I've been working very closely with multiple departments. We have historic preservations already been approved, all of those things. It's just a matter of paperwork at this point. So we're very close, but the C of O is not official yet.
Okay. And is someone from development services here, Corin, or someone who will know about where we are and where they are in the pipeline on this? And then I'll have a question for the city attorney.
Hi, good afternoon. Christina Swallow with Development Services. At this point in time, we're still pending the building permit, but I believe a new submittal was made today. New submittal was made today, so we're working on processing the building permit, after which they'll be able to do the construction and get the C of O.
Okay. So Mike Rankin, can we make a motion of a recommendation of approval pending successfully getting a C of O?
Vice Mayor Kozachik, one thing that we've done in the past that I think effectively frames the issue is that the mayor and council recognize on the record here the issue with needing to come into compliance with the building permit and C of O requirements. And usually what the motion is to recommend disapproval. However, that if they secure the appropriate approvals from PDSD, then the recommendation goes away and it becomes a recommendation for approval. And so what that allows us to do is it allows it to move forward in the process to the State Liquor Board. And if they cure the permit issues in the meantime, then we notify the State Liquor Board that there is no objection from the city to the issuance of the license.
And so you understand what we're going to do is we're going to make a recommendation of denial, but we will rescind that once you get the C of O. And so it's really important that you all work with PDS, Planning and Development Services, quickly, because once we do this, a meter starts running with the state, and they're going to act on it. So it's important that you all work together to get that C of O finalized so that we can pull that recommendation off the table.
Yeah, so my understanding of, rather than it actually being a denial, it was a no recommendation, was what I was told, that would allow it to be then approved once the C of O and all of that is in place.
But we can't really make a recommendation like that when you don't have a building permit.
Okay,
So,
just wanted to clarify.
yeah, so I'm going to make the recommendation of denial with the condition, well, not a condition, but with the understanding that once you get the C of O, then we will advise the State Liquor Board that that denial is rescinded and we're good with it.
Thank you very much.
Second.
So there is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. There's a second liquor license?
Yes, Your Honor. Item 5C5, Circle K at 3155 East Speedway.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah. Is anyone here from Circle K? Come on up.
If you can come up to the microphone, the taller one. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Troy Beatty. I'm Operations Director for Circle K, Southern Arizona.
Okay, my understanding is this is you already have a Series 10, which is beer and wine.
Correct.
And this is a transfer from another store to allow liquor.
Correct.
Okay. Hang out for a minute. I have one card from Ronnie Kotwicka. Are you here to speak in opposition? I see you back there. Come on up and state your case.
The taller one.
Mayor Romero, council members, and city clerk. My name is Ronnie Kotwicka, a 48-year homeowner at 3230 East Seneca in Palo Verde neighborhood. As the former neighborhood president of 20 years and now neighborhood advocate, I am speaking as a neighbor who resides within a 1-mile radius of this location. I implemented and now facilitate the Alvernon Grant Initiative, a 16-year project with Tucson Police, Ward 6, and Pima County District 5. As a resident and taxpayer, I object to the issuing of a liquor store license. As we know, saturation is not a reason to deny a liquor license. Unfortunately, many who are affected do not make the crucial 911 call for subjects drinking in public, panhandling, loitering, or fighting on the Circle K property. Neighbors are repeatedly dismissed by 911 operators, leaving them with no alternatives except to clean up the accompanying messes when these subjects filter into neighboring businesses and homes. Neighbors have become inured or are afraid of retaliation. The Circle K has constant DV, fights with knives and guns, strong-arm robberies, smash and grab of alcohol and cigarettes, and shoplifting. The no trespassing signs are not enforced, with the subjects drinking alcohol purchased at the Circle K. They sit out in the parking lot or gather by the side door on Camilla. Adding hard liquor will only increase the highly volatile criminal activity and negative behavior. Surrounding businesses and neighbors currently deal with the negativity of smashed glass bottles and cans of the alcohol sold, along with the litter from the food wrappers and enormous amount of drink cups. With hard liquor comes a plethora of glass and plastic mini bottles. Arizona Revised Statutes Title IV requires that the local jurisdiction, the city, and community have input as to whether the applicant is capable, qualified, and reliable, and that in determining whether to issue a license, the city must determine whether public convenience requires that the best interest of the community will be substantially served by the issuance. TPD's part of this process is to determine if the applicant is capable, qualified, and reliable. Because these applications are administrative and not criminal investigations, the background check is somewhat limited in terms of what information can be considered. Ironically, the criminal aspect is not a focus, yet it is this faction that hugely impacts the residents and businesses who are saddled with drunks urinating, defecating, and throwing up on neighbor and business properties, along with all the trash they leave behind, fights and illegal drug activity, and to the detriment of the neighborhood's quality of life. The offensive residuals left behind must be abated by the neighbors and businesses, plus having to call 911 to break up fights or remove drunks sleeping on their property. With limited staffing, it becomes if and when TPD is available. If you evaluate the crime statistics for businesses that do and do not sell alcohol, you will see that those that do offer alcohol for purchase have a much higher incidence of crimes, particularly shoplifting, versus those that do not. According to the Tucson Police Department, businesses that tolerate shoplifters act as crime magnets for the neighborhood. Criminals gravitate to the Circle K as they know there will be no consequences for their criminal actions. The police incidents do tell the story. Robberies, disturbing the peace, other misdemeanors, other offenses, and checking welfare. Many of these calls are closed with a J. John. By the time an officer responds to the call, the subjects have moved on to nearby businesses and homes. Please be an advocate for the safety and security of the neighborhood, and do not grant the application for the Series 9 liquor store license. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kowicka. Sir, can you respond to some of what you heard? Now, let me preface by saying my office is directly across the street and observed much of what she just described. So talk about the security measures in the store, locking or not the product, you know, the kind of what you just heard.
Well, I would love to answer some of those questions, and very nice to meet you, first of all. And we always want to be community partners. I have 124 stores, and we strive to be community partners in every single neighborhood. So there are some pros and cons, yes. One of the pros would be there is more competition. People won't have to cross the street to buy their product. We do have better ID scanning capabilities than some of the other locations, especially there's a liquor store across the street. So, you know, some of that stuff hopefully won't happen at my store. The annual training of our employees, we use techniques in alcohol management techniques to train all of our employees every year. We'll go ahead and lock up the liquor when it's closing time, of course, so they can't get to it. And of course, we scan IDs at the register that goes through a system that knows exactly how old each person is. There are some safety concerns that were brought up, but we have probably the best security and camera systems out of any retailer in Tucson. Our area manager is part of the Midtown Crime Prevention Program, partnering with TPD. I think they call it Project Zebra, with Sergeant Sean Travers. Let's see, and we do have a commitment, our entire company has a commitment to responsible retailing. If you've tried to buy cigarettes at our store, a lot of times you'll have to pull out your wallet and actually scan your ID. And it's a real pain, but it is something that we'll be doing going forward if they haven't already started in the store near you. Most of the concerns that I've heard dealt with a local business. The rum runner might lose their business because of that. And I've been in there, it's a different kind of clientele. It's, you know, fine wines, expensive things, and I don't think it will hurt them like they think they might. Some of the other concerns where it may entice more homeless to the area. I don't think that the Circle K will entice more to the area. This is a more global issue than just one liquor license at one store. It is close to a school, but it is in compliance with all city requirements. There was also some talk about Walgreens and some shoplifters. Just because there's a liquor license does not increase the shoplifting. I have that happen in all of my stores, and we do not chase and confront for the safety of my employees. But I don't think that has any effect on the liquor sales in this store. So hopefully this will change your mind about what we're trying to do there. We really want to be great community partners in every community. And if this is denied, I'll accept that, but I ask you to reconsider. Thank you.
Okay, so I want to capitalize on a couple of the things that you said. One is that you want to be a strong community partner, and that requires relationship with the neighborhood. Palo Verde Neighborhood Association is a very active neighborhood association. Their entire board wrote a letter in opposition. Ms. Kowicka is a member of the Alvernon Grant Initiative, different group, and they've also written a letter in opposition. I'm not concerned about the rum runners issue. They're, as you say, across the street, different kind of product that they sell. But I do believe it's important for Circle K, in this case, your management and your security team, to make a significant outreach and engage with the neighbors to talk about the things such as the trash that's clearly a result of what they're already experiencing, the loitering, all the things that Ms. Kotwick just described. We have two bases on which to make a recommendation. One is personal, and that is whether or not you're serving to underage people. You've already described the fact that you scan IDs. That's not a part of this. The part of this that's germane right now is the impact on the local area. I'm not using the word saturation by design, because that's something that's not really defined well in state statute. But I am talking about the area and the impact on the surrounding area, the neighbors immediately adjacent. We received dozens of letters in opposition. So what I would ask you to do is, instead of us making a recommendation tonight, that you voluntarily say, we'll step back from this and instead engage with the Alvernon Grant Initiative group and the Palo Verde Neighborhood Association and bring this back to us at a future date, so that we can then demonstrate that relationship is not just words, but it's something you're acting on. Would you be agreeable to that?
I would agree to that.
Okay, then,
Yeah.
Mr. Attorney, what's the proper action?
If the representative, the applicant, has stated on the record that they withdraw the license application at this time, then we'll record that as the action this evening.
Okay, thank
Yep.
you. And you all connect and share contact information.
Definitely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Vice Mayor Kozachik. We move on to item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue, except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Please make sure that you have read the information on the back of the speaker's card before making your presentation. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. Call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meetings Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. I just want to recognize that there's many people wanting to speak at call to the audience tonight. First and most importantly, I want to thank you for coming out and practicing your First Amendment right to speak to your elected officials. I appreciate your presence. I love that you come out. And so I just want to make sure that we're all respectful of each other in our First Amendment right to speak to your elected officials this evening. I have many cards, and so if you do hear someone saying the same thing that you were about to say, please make it as short as possible so that we can give as many people the opportunities to speak to us tonight. With that, what I'll do first is I will call those that didn't get an opportunity because of time from the last time on 5/23. And if you are here with us, please come to the tallest microphone and you'll have your 3 minutes. Our first person is Michael Stewart, I believe it is. Michael Stewart. Don't see that Michael here. JP Salvatierra. And JP, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I make my presentation, I'd like to make mention of the fact that the AI at the last meeting was excruciatingly terrible, and it made people that came to the mic sound like they were intelligible. It works fine when you're in study session with this equipment, but this, you have to be right on top of it before anyone can hear you. It's disrespectful. It's old equipment. It's probably been here about 12 years or more. That's all I have to say on that point. My name is Jonathan Salvatierra. I'm a Tucson resident, and I came here tonight to ask that this council take a very serious and hard look at what happens when you force us to do something against our will and we resoundingly disaffirm your authority. And I speak directly to Prop 412. In that proposition, we were rushed. We were pushed at a very, very strange time of the year. There were 288,000 mail-in ballots, and only slightly over 30,000 ballots were actually taken and returned. And I think then, Madam Mayor, you went ahead and gave us extra notification. Hurry, hurry, hurry. And I got an email message and all this other stuff, you know, and Tucson Electric Power is not our friend. They're a third party to a foreign entity that never returns money back into this community. We have a right to restructure this community with strong new money. And if you allowed Mr. Ortega to create an opportunity between Pima County, the city of Tucson, and a proposition or a bond issue, we would allow something that's tangible and under strict performance. None of this, I can't believe that, you know, any of us would accept this little pandering handout by Tucson Electric Power. If you go to St. Mary's on Grande to Speedway, you'll see what I call murder poles. They're these massive poles within a foot of the road with just a sloping berm that anyone that deviates from the path will hit one of those poles and kill themselves. Now, I had a person have that happen to him over 50 years ago, and out of our graduation class, and he's long past and dead. He never got a chance to live his life. The other thing is, why do we have 44 outlets for Tucson Electric Power in many different neighborhoods, in downtown, in my neighborhood, in Barrio San Antonio? They take up, and Ward 1.
Come to a conclusion, Mr. Salvatierra.
We can make a new effort to do this, but we don't want to be threatened or rushed in making this, and we need your help to compose a severe, good document that will unite all of Pima County,
Come to a conclusion,
all
Mr.
the
Salvatierra.
400,000 residents that have
There are 40
access.
other people in line. Come to a conclusion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Ortega.
Sue Ann Christensen. Sue Ann Christensen.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay? All right, thank you. My name is Sue Ann Christensen. I come to you, sui juris, as one of the people to remind you of your oaths of office and duty to the residents who elected you as trusted indentured servants to whom you owe your allegiance. Arizona State Constitution, Article 2, Section 8, right to privacy. No person shall be deprived in his private affairs or his home invaded without authority of law. You have denied Tucson residents the right of life, liberty, and property with your unlawful permitting and indiscriminate placement of 5G cell towers, SWTFs, in residential areas across Tucson in close proximity to schools and other heavy population centers. You have failed to protect residents as well as plants and animals of the Sonoran Desert from harmful towers that emit dangerous microwave radiation. You have failed to ask for documentation from cell phone tower applicants, NEPA, an environmental reviews required by law. You have failed to accommodate residents with special needs to disabilities, instead permitted SWTFs wherever corporations wish to place them in violation of both federal and Arizona ADA requirements. You have violated your constitutional requirements and failed to comply with state and federal telecom laws, binding you to always make decisions that protect safety of life and property. 4 different legal notices signed by over 1,500 people instructed you on your constitutional requirements of taking office and consequences of maladministration and violating your oath. The notices cited and federal telecom telecom laws demonstrating your authority to deny incomplete or unsafe permits and make Tucson's wireless ordinance protective. After you continued the unlawful deployment of cell towers and ignored or rebuffed the demands of the people to pass a protective wireless ordinance, 520 people served you affidavits with overwhelming evidence of maladministration, malfeasance, and nonfeasance, and non-conduct. While most of the affidavits were read in public record last meeting, I would like to conclude with the final paragraph. Any man or woman who denies these claims true must rebut them under penalty of perjury in the form of sworn affidavit. Any man or woman who decides to suppress this affidavit agrees to pay $10 million, and any public officials or private actors who dispute these claims and who are bound by contract of the Arizona Constitution agree to have matters heard by an arbitrator of my choice. Any man or woman denying these claims are true must rebut these claims point by point within 3 days, 72 hours. Failure to respond means that by acquiescence, you agree that all claims are true. I now demand that you abide by your constitutional requirements and include us in deliberations and decision-making regarding all aspects of SWTFs. Thank you.
Robert Royce. Robert Royce.
I'm Robert Royce. I appreciate the chance to speak. I'm going to can my, I don't know if this is on. I'm going to can my prepared presentation and address the elephant in the room. The day I was born, my father made $80 a week. No problem. Our rent on our apartment was $65 a month. Somehow my parents managed to raise 3 sons to school age with just my father's salary, the tastefully furnished apartment, plenty of food. That was a social contract that was forged by my parents' generation that every single person in this country that worked should have a roof over their head and healthy food to eat. When I went to the University of Illinois, my tuition was $121 a quarter. That's equivalent to $363 for 2 semesters. The books were about $80, so it came to about $200 a quarter. I managed to get through my 2 years at the University of Illinois just on the money I'd saved as a paper boy in my first jobs. I moved to Tucson on, I arrived in the city on the 24th of December 1972, and by December 1st, my friend and I had utilities paid apartment for $95 a month. I got a job as the first male operator for Mountain Bell. I was paid $100 a week. Somehow, my housing was $47.50 a month, utilities paid. Somehow I managed to work for 3 months, save up enough money to buy a Volvo, 7 years old, for $500. My friend and I toured Mexico for a month. I came back, sold the Volvo, quit my job, and bought a $12 ticket to Guadalajara and took up residence as a resident gringo in Pátzcuaro, Michoacán for pretty much 2 years. My rent was $8 a month for my apartment. Food was practically free, and I generally arrived back in Tucson every 6 months with more money than I'd left with, because people would give me money for my tourist services. I'd spend a weekend with people showing them around, and I'd never ask for a dime, but almost everybody gave me cash. The social contract that my parents forged has been broken. The contract that says that every single working human being should have a roof over their head and healthy food in their stomach. And you could talk about lack of housing, but the social contract that was forged by my parents' generation must be restored here and now and by us.
Lauren McElroy. Lauren, I believe it's Lauren McElroy.
My name is Lauren McElroy. I come to you sui juris as one of the people to read from a notice of maladministration, one of 1,500 you've received, referring to your unlawful deployment of 5G cell towers. Title IX law makes it quite possible, should you choose to make the effort, to correct your permitting actions to be in compliance with the will of the people. The following actions are immediately required in order to address the irregularities, deviations, and violations regarding the small wireless telecommunications facilities, SWTFs, in Tucson, of which you've been repeatedly informed. Immediately cease and desist from approving permit applications for all SWTFs. Immediately institute a moratorium on placement, construction, modification, and operation of SWTFs in Tucson until passage and approval of a new protective wireless telecommunications ordinance. Include the people of Tucson in deliberations and decision-making regarding all aspects of SWTFs, e.g. coding and zoning, minimizing their nuisance, proximity to schools and residential zones, noise, quiet enjoyment of our streets, homes, and parks, preserving aesthetics and concealment of SWTFs, adopting alternatives such as fiber to the premises, FTTP, that protect public safety, privacy, and property values. Enforce 47 U.S. Code 324 that requires minimum power necessary. Regulate operations and protect public safety, ARS 9-592K, by limiting effective radiated power, ERP, to the minimum power necessary to deliver personal wireless service. Retrofit existing SWTFs to ensure compliance with code. Conduct periodic citywide needs tests and document and publish radio frequency radiation exposure levels to ensure compliance with applicable FCC exposure guidelines for personal wireless services and allow comparison with protective standards. Require documentation that a National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA review, and other reviews required by law have been completed before considering a permit application. Notify all property owners within 500 meters by certified mail of any newly received applications, newly approved permits, site or equipment modifications, installation, start, end date, date of activation of the antennas, and description of appeals process as required by ARS 9-500.12. Provide appropriate ADA accommodations for disabled individuals who've been diagnosed with electrosensitivity. Require liability insurance to compensate for damage, injury, and protective mitigation made necessary by SWTFs. Comply with the decision reached by your unanimous vote on February 23rd, 2021, which obligated you to amend or pass a new wireless telecom ordinance that would require public input. Immediately disclose all conflicts of interest, providing full financial transparency of any and all funds, gifts, and arrangements related to SWTFs, including who provided any of the latter, how they were dispensed, to whom they were released, and for what purpose. Thank you, ma'am.
Stephen Brown. Stephen Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Stephen Brown. I live in Tucson in Barrio Menlo Park, and Tucson native. I'm here actually to speak to one of the items that I believe has just been pulled from the consent agenda, but it is the requesting the City Council to support the resolution opposing the federal proposed legislation that would essentially overturn the Ninth Circuit Court's barring of the Rosemont mine from dumping its waste on the national forest. So it's a bit complicated. I'm sure you've gotten some statistics and some information about that. But I represent Save the Scenic Santa Rita's, and I grew up in the Santa Rita's. I lived on Santa Rita Ranch on Box Canyon Road until I was about 20 years old. So I got to know a lot about water and how important water is. And we had a well with a windmill above the house, fed down through the house, so we had water pressure, and then down below the house, we had our septic system. And that was the way most ranches were in those days. And water is still the absolute most important thing for life in the Sonoran Desert. And I know that the mayor and council have been very supportive of protecting and preserving the city of Tucson water. So this is essentially a resolution to say that you, the city council, honor the water of Tucson in the future. This proposed mine will use thousands of acre feet of water a year, and what water they do discharge will potentially be contaminated with heavy metals and will leach into the Tucson public water supply. So I'm thanking you for your past support of our efforts to curtail this mine in the Santaritas, and I hope that you will support this resolution to oppose any federal efforts to weaken the decisions of the court. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. James Garcia. James Garcia.
My name is James Garcia. I'm a City of Tucson employee for 21 years. My name is James Garcia. I've been a city employee for 21 years. I'm here on behalf of ASME. I've been a secretary treasurer, part of the executive board for over 4 years. And we just want to thank the council last week for coming forth with a strategic plan to allow our brothers and sisters to go home safe to their family. So we thank you for that. Unfortunately, one thing we want to address is union busting on a macro level, front-end management at EGSD. The one person that represented us the most was Jonathan Sleck. Unfortunately, he's not here today because management retaliated. His job is on the line just because he came and became a whistleblower last week. This is unacceptable. We ask for this kangaroo court hearing next week to be put to a stop. This is going to cripple us. As ASME, he's a president. He's been representing us. We're tired of being a company union, the status quo. We want autonomy. We've been fighting for full-time positions for the last year. We came here over a year ago in August asking for it. We've negotiated. We've talked to Anna Rosenberry. We've talked to her representation. We talked to Suzette Yuzenko, and we're still on the sidelines waiting so we could be operational. This is going to handicap us, and we ask for your help for an investigation and put a stop to bullying tactics, put a stop to what's going on in EGSD, and we ask for your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Alan Benz. Alan Benz.
Good evening, members of mayor and council. I come before you again, and this time to thank you for extending the Zero Fares Tucson through the end of this year. I attached some material to the blue card there for distribution to members of mayor and council and also the appropriate members of city staff. There on matters of continued funding to implement Zero Fares funding throughout. And I'd like to mention that there has been some talk about the necessity to get buy-ins from local businesses and organizations. In our estimation, this is not the best way to proceed in getting transit funding. You are asking, by that, you are asking Tucsonans either individually or collectively through organizations to pay extra taxes. The better way is to have non-residents provide that funding through the hotel motel room tax there, and also through the implementation of a city car rental surcharge. Pima County already has that. There's also a similar thing in Maricopa County and also in other localities throughout the United States, and it's allowed by Arizona state law. And so I would urge you that in your deliberations as to ways to proceed with permanent funding, that you consider those two matters along with other items that have been previously distributed to various members of city staff. So that's it. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Benz. Scott Hancock?
Hi, my name is Scott. I live in Tucson. Is this better? Okay. Hi, my name is Scott. I live in Tucson, and I'm not paid to be here, though that would be nice. Today, I'd like to talk about summer. Walking here was a gross and wet experience. 2 weeks ago, the New York Times wrote about what might happen if Phoenix ever saw a prolonged and combined power outage and heat wave event. The study they were citing had modeling that showed Phoenix could experience 800,000 emergency hospitalizations for a city with 3,000 ER beds, resulting in over 12,000 deaths. The study was about Phoenix, but here in Tucson, we're not that far removed. These findings underscore the importance of investing in a stronger electrical grid. TEP has already reported that in a future where the power grid comes under stress from extreme heat, they might need to resort to rotating outages to avoid longer duration system failure. And really, this is a when type of event, not an if. At the heart of this matter is that TEP is an investor-owned utility that also has a fiscal responsibility to provide profits to its shareholders. And this legal imperative for profit means that pursuit of profit, extra cost, is passed on to customers. And not even to forward resilience measures, but to keep using polluting technologies for longer, or to take money out of Arizona entirely, as TEP's parent company is based out of Canada. I'm here to asking you to earnestly explore alternative pathways to community choice energy, which I'll now be referring to as CCE. They do not have this profit imperative and are instead able to pass on local cost savings and a broader range of place-based programs. They're free to bring on more local resilience to serve the community than a utility will ever be. I understand that the Arizona Corporation Commission and the state legislature act as the primary barriers to pursuing CCE, but please consider new and more visible strategies that the community can gather behind. Energy is everything. Seeing as we need electricity to even pump our water to us, let alone keep us comfortable through these harsh summers, energy might be more important than water. Even though Tucson and Phoenix have operated as silos in the past, unfortunately, heat waves do not care about such boundaries. No city in Arizona will be able to achieve their climate goals while locked into the plodding pace of the local utility, which has other conflicting priorities. It'll take a coalition of cities together working to bring this climate action into reality. I believe this New York Times article and the onset of summer present a great opportunity to connect with other Arizona cities about collective energy resilience and how to get there. You've listed CCE as a core climate strategy, and we've all heard that ACC is the next obstacle to clear. I'd like to hear what the next part of the plan is, and more importantly, how the community can help. I believe we need to be having public, visible conversations about this to keep the strong momentum rolling. So for the sake of heat resilience, energy resilience, and community resilience, what's next and how can we participate? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Victoria DeVasto?
Hi, can you hear me? The budget is a moral document, implying that within this budget, your priorities as representatives of the city of Tucson will be revealed. $217 million to police and $9 million to housing and community development. The homelessness rate has increased 300% since 2018. TPD's HOT team has been witnessed to fail. Smaller city-funded housing projects have been shown to make an impact. Where do your priorities lie? Mayor Romero, I urge you to converse with the public on this issue, as we would like to hear your true reasonings for allowing these programs to attempt to run with only 4% of what TPD holds in their budget. The City of Tucson recently began funding new alternative housing assistance programs, including Housing First. This newly adopted model focuses on providing long-term, stable housing and services with a low barrier and innovative approach. Wildcat Inn and No-Tell Motel are functioning examples of success. However, with the microscopic budget provided, we see many holes. These programs do not have the resources they require to support even the small population of unhoused individuals residing there. Minimal essential items like hygiene and food, no medical care on site, no behavioral health care on site, infrastructure issues, and lack of staffing create major barriers in this program's ability, and this location is temporary. We see large gaps in these services daily, and we need funding here now. We need funding for all programs. When we look back at Operation Deep Freeze this past winter, what do we see? Shelters held a capacity of 35. We witnessed death as temperatures dropped below freezing. People died. Let's talk about the cooling centers. The City of Tucson has previously funded 6 cooling centers citywide, 1 in each ward. The city historically activates these cooling centers only if temperatures rise above 110 degrees. Who are you to play God? The Arizona Heat Index chart shows all temperatures over 105 degrees in the highlighted danger category. This includes a recommendation to stay indoors in an air-conditioned facility. So before the announcement is made, before you set the budget, before the final publishing, please ask yourselves if this is humane. Your priorities will be on full display. Will this continue? Okay, I'm running out of time, y'all. Here are solutions and answers to points frequently discussed in complaints. Harm reduction, allocate funding for accessible naloxone and safe use supplies citywide. Life-saving medication should not be kept in storage while we watch the death count rise. Sharps containers in parks and hotspot areas. Outreach teams and staff designated to trauma-informed care, not just handing out business cards, but holding conversations, giving out items and transporting to services. Storage lockers or similar as previously implemented for shower trucks. Also, where are the showers?
Ms. DeVasto, come to a conclusion, please.
We are and will continue to hold you accountable. The budget is a moral document. We want to believe this is a moral council. Thank you.
Ms. DeVasto and all those interested on this item, we had a study session item explaining the investments done to unsheltered homelessness and affordable housing. It is not $9 million. It is not $9 million. It is millions and millions of dollars that we're investing. And please maintain decorum. We could continue this conversation. I would be more than happy to submit all of you with copies of the budget that we're investing in homelessness. Alrighty, so Rob Peters? Rob Peters?
Hello. Madam Mayor, members of the council, my name is Rob Peters. I'm need a taller microphone.
You speak directly in the mic,
Okay.
It'll work better. Yeah, there.
I'm executive director of Save the Scenic Santa Rita's. We're a grassroots organization of some 3,000 members in the Tucson area. We've been fighting for more than 15 years to try to protect the beautiful Santa Rita's from the proposed mines, first Rosemont, now it's called Copper World. Things keep changing. I'm here as my colleague, board member Steve Brown was, to urge you to vote in favor of the resolution on your docket today, number 23623, that opposes a couple of bills that have been introduced in the Congress. These bills would be terrible for the Tucson area in terms of facilitating the mine, but also more widely, it would open public lands throughout the West to indiscriminate mining activities. In particular, in the Rosemont area, this would allow the mine, if it passes, to dump over 1 billion tons of toxic tailings, including lead and cadmium, within a mile of residential homes and an elementary school. The mine would suck up 13,000 acre-feet of water per year. That's the amount used by 41,000 homes. Steve talked about that. And the mine would turn the Santa Ritas, which now support part of the recreation economy that's so important to our area, into an industrial wasteland. I want to thank you once again for your long-term opposition to mining in the Santa Ritas as reflected by previous resolutions, and I encourage you to pass the resolution before you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I believe this is Craig Griffin. Craig Griffin. Okay. Ken Ridings. Ken Richings.
Hi, I am a Tucson resident and I'm representing myself. My name is Ken Richings. Tonight I come to you sui juris as one of the people with the candid word of warning. City Council and Mayor, as our trusted indentured servants, you have failed to protect Tucson residents from the deployment of 5G cell towers that degrade our health, invade our privacy, destroy the quiet enjoyment of our streets, reduce our property values, and obscure our breathtaking mountain views and sunsets. You have repeatedly refused to meet with and include the people in all deliberations and decisions related to cell towers, including consideration of alternative broadband technologies like fiber to the premises. Your failure to take corrective actions or challenge evidence presented in 520 affidavits and 1,500 legal notices documenting your maladministration is further confirmation to their validity. Did you know that other cities in Arizona like Prescott and Fountain Hills made responsible decisions to protect their residents by denying permits and postponing deployment of 5G cell towers? In fact, just last month, the City Council of Fountain Hills passed a moratorium on their 5G cell tower deployment until a far more protective wireless ordinance is drafted and approved by their City Council. Why do you continue to ignore and deprecate our continued demands for a moratorium and act against your own unanimous vote on February 23, 2021, that bound you to amend Tucson's wireless ordinance? Shame on you. All agents participating in decision-making will be held accountable for decisions that are deleterious to the people, violate our civil rights, or have caused damage or harm in any way. The people sincerely wish for you to immediately change your behavior and choose peace and communication over strife and violation of your oath. However, the people are prepared to act to protect their rights as definitively stated in Arizona Constitution, Article 2, Section 2.1, Victims' Bill of Rights, and Article 2, Section 4, Due Process of Law, which asserts, quote, no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, end quote. The people of Tucson are now victims of literal criminal activity on the part of the mayor and the city council. Your maladministration, malfeasance, and nonfeasance must cease immediately. Your choice is now clear. Will you please Will you persist in further criminal activity that continues to harm the people you are elected to serve? Or instead, will you immediately include the people in all deliberations and decisions related to 5G cell towers and return to the stated goal in the plan for Tucson to build a,
To a
quote,
conclusion, sir.
sustainable community that embraces prosperity, equity, and a healthy environment? Thank you very much, all of you. Truly,
Liz
thank you.
Casey. Liz Casey. And after Liz, we will have another speaker. We've exceeded our 30-minute time frame per call to the audience, but we do have some clarification for Mr. Ortega and Liz Morales. Ms. Casey, go ahead.
I can speak at the public hearing if that's easier.
No, it's good. You can get your 3 minutes.
I might get cut off. So I wrote this, but I have a couple things to preface with this, because I listened to the study session earlier. Housing First works. We agree with this. Sorry, I didn't know I was going now. So Housing First works. We agree with this. Like, I think it was Brandy who said, we just need more services specifically for people with mental health issues and who are using drugs. One really good example of this, and I'm not trying to diminish anybody's accomplishments. Like, I understand this isn't a line item. I understand it's not only $9 million. I know that there's more, but I think we are coming from a place of exhaustion and trauma, seeing folks suffering in the park. I understand we might not have all the information. I just want to make sure that you also know there might be other information from houseless folks, especially ones who are not getting into housing, because we need other different solutions, people who have serious mental illnesses. I'm a social worker with the Florence Immigrant Refugee Rights Project. These are most of my clients that I'm working with. I've had 2 clients die in the Pima County Jail. I've had to decide whether or not to donate their organs. Like, that's not something that I need to be doing. I've had clients disappear on the streets. And another thing I wanted to mention is that we are all willing, a Florence Project probably would be, willing to meet with you. The other thing is we are doing this on our own time. So when we're here today at the last minute, it's not to cause more chaos. But we are also out in the parks doing mutual aid. We are tending to really gnarly wounds right now. We've been hearing from hospitals they don't know what to do with the amount of houseless people who are coming into the ERs. And I think it's a lot of people like who I work with who are not getting into housing. Like 600 plus people is great getting into housing. I don't think anybody is disputing that. There's just more that we need to do and other creative solutions like what SPW is talking about, the safe sites, the overdose prevention sites. Those are proven to work. And just one last example of what we're talking about and the people that we're talking about, I just noticed that during the conversation about the liquor license, who's going to go out there to actually talk to the people who are using drugs and shoplifting? It's not Circle K's job to educate the neighbors and community. And those are also people from the community who can't email you and who can't be here. And we're representing those thousands of people here. And we would be willing to talk with you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Casey. Really appreciate you. And this is the last speaker. The rest of the speakers we will keep for the next meeting in July. The last speaker for today is Ojas Sanji, and then we want to make sure that Mr. Ortega has some clarifications on the cooling centers. And then Mr. Ortega, you can take it from there. Ojas Sanji, Ojas Sanji.
Good evening. My name is Ojas Sanji. I'm a resident of the city of Tucson, a rising sophomore at the University of Arizona, the co-lead of the Tucson chapter of the Arizona Youth Climate Coalition, and the co-outreach chair for You Arizona Divest. I came here today to speak to you all about Prop 412 and what the next franchise agreement might look like. such as perhaps including a parallel agreement. So a bit on Prop 412, we compiled and analyzed precinct level election data, which has yielded useful insights, and I wanted to share them with you all today. So we found a few things. First, the rate increase was not the reason Prop 412 failed. To figure this out, we analyzed and compared election data from Prop 411, which is decided primarily on taxes. Prop 411 succeeded. So if taxes were the reason that Prop 412 failed, then we would have expected to see a uniform shift towards no across all the precincts. However, that is not what we found. Instead, we saw vast regional disparities. Midtown, through the university area and into downtown, all voted no in numbers much greater than the city average, whilst areas like the Southeast all voted no in numbers much less than the city average. This disparity alone discredits the notion of taxation being the reason for this failure. Second, it wasn't Republicans/Trump supporters that killed Prop 412. To figure this out, we compared Prop 412 data to data from the 2020 election. The no vote did best in areas won by Trump, but Trump lost the city by nearly 35 points in 2020, and Prop 412 was defeated by 12 points. So clearly, many Democrats voted against this proposition. The anti-climate concerns of the Republican populace therefore need not be considered. And lastly, the places that voted against this proposition the strongest were downtown and central Tucson. Those are young and liberal areas, and in 2020 supported Democrats by over 80%. Biden ran on climate and he swept those areas. So with all that data, you can reasonably conclude that it was the Democratic liberal vote and thus the climate vote that tanked this proposition. The climate-concerned electorate may not have been all of the votes against Prop 412, but they were the deciding vote. So when negotiating the next franchise agreement, it is essential that you all insist that TEP commits to concrete reductions in the carbon emissions beyond just city operations. Refuse to grant a franchise agreement election until they do. Dig in your heels until they decarbonize. No other body can do this but you all. The 7 people entrusted to represent 500,000 people and $2 billion. You need to flex your muscles. If you act in a united fashion, TEP will have no choice but to give in to your demands. Preemption is not a concern with Katie Hobbs in office. You and the city are in a position of strength. I implore you all to realize that and act boldly. Don't forget what's on the line here. Thank you.
Mr. Ortega?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Just a few points of clarification. We have refrained from establishing a specific temperature when we're going to open centers. Instead, what we have done is opened at least one center 7 days a week in each of your wards. I have a list that's, we'll send that out to you. I can tell you quickly, Donald Liggins, El Pueblo, El Rio, Morris K. Udall, Randolph Center, and Clements. My thought there is, rather than trying to identify a specific temperature, and by the way, if you remember, the thoughts were not 110, but 100. You know, we went back and forth between 105 and 100, and I think we settled on 100. So what we're implementing immediately is all of those centers will be open 7 days a week. Now, the challenge will be if they're open and nobody's using them or no one's there, then we'll look at shifting resources to potentially expand hours at other centers. So that's the approach that we're taking. They are, again, 7 days a week. They'll be open from 12 to 4. We'll test that model to see what kind of utilization rate we get. Also, Mayor, you were asked for specific numbers as we discussed during the study session. It's in the tens of millions, and I just quickly looked at some information, and just in the housing and community development area, it's over $116 million is what we invest in housing. That's just in that functional area, not including all of the support functions, et cetera. So that's the number I think you might be looking for. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you to the public in attendance. We really appreciate your presence. We move on to item 7.
I was on the roster from last meeting.
Both you and the previous person have spoken in the previous meeting, so we removed your names from the agenda. You spoke at the 5:23 meeting. We will, if you'd like to speak again, please submit another card. Item 7. If you continue disrupting this meeting, we will have to request that you are removed. Item 7.
Consent agenda items A through R.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the
Please
record.
remove me
Ms.
because
Clerk,
this
you
is
are
what's supposed to
requested
happen, but
read-
you're not obeying your own arbitrary
Clerk,
rule.
You are requested to read consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is finance approving the expenditure of budgeted ward office funds for various programs and projects. Item C is pre-annexation and development agreement with the owners of Century Park Marketplace. Item D is an intergovernmental agreement, approval of revised and extended master operating agreement between the City of Tucson and Visit Tucson for promoting tourism, trade show, conference, and meeting activities in the city. Item E relating to the Downtown Tucson Enhanced Municipal Services Improvement District, the bid, renewing the bid for an additional 5-year term, approving the Enhanced Services Agreement number 5 between Downtown Tucson Partnership Incorporated and the City of Tucson, the city, expressing an intent to levy assessments for fiscal year 2024 on the property within the bid, setting a public hearing and directing staff to publish and mail notice to bid property owners as required by law. Item F is Tucson Code, amending Tucson Code Chapter 20 relating to speed limits on various bicycle boulevards. Item G is Transportation and Mobility, approving Federal Transit Administration, FTA, and Federal Highway Administration, FHWA, Surface Transportation Block Grant Program, STBG. Item H is an intergovernmental agreement with Pima County for sharing resources. Item I is real property, approving a ground lease industrial office space located at 1150 East Palmdale Street to the City of Tucson Water. Item J is real property, approving a ground lease agreement with TowerCom 11B DBA T-Mobile Wireless Communications Facility on a Tucson Water well site. That is continued to the August 8th meeting at the request of staff. Item K will be considered separately at the request of Councilmember Dahl. It's water, authorizing the modification of the city's assured water supply. Item L is a final plat, S22043, Lot 1, Redondo Tower. Item M is the final plat, S22071, Casas Martin, Lots 1 through 3. Item N is employee benefits, adoption of fiscal year 2024 Tucson Supplemental Retirement System employer and employee contribution rates. Item O is abrogation of real property restrictions on the Allen Hall Army Reserve Center property located at 1710 East Silver Lake Road. Item P, which will also be considered separately at the request of Mayor Romero, is a resolution opposing federal legislation to include H.R. 209, S1281, and H.R. 2925 that facilitates mining operations at the expense of the protection of sensitive public lands, including the Santa Rita Mountains, and supporting federal legislation to include the Clean Energy Minerals Reform Act that protects public lands and enacts meaningful regulatory reform for mining operations. Item Q is Milagro on Oracle update and approvals. Item R is a memorandum of understanding with the Communication Workers of America. That's the extent of the consent agenda.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved, except for items K, D, P, and J.
Second.
There is a motion and a second, and I believe we had requested items K and P to be considered separately.
And J will be continued, and I think that's it.
Alrighty, so thank you, Councilmember Fimbres, for your motion. There's a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. Let's consider the separate items.
Item K, water, authorizing the modification of the city's assured water supply.
Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I pulled this because I think this is a topic of interest to people, the 100-year assured water supply. It's been in the paper recently that parts of the Phoenix area has been ruled that it doesn't meet that. And so I thought this would be an opportunity for us to hear from the Director of the Water Department, John Kamek.
Great. Mayor Romero, Councilmember Dahl, members of council. This item is related to our designated
designation of assured water supply. This is something that utilities in what are called active management areas across the state, us being in the Tucson active management area, have to do to assure that long-term water resources are available for the community and for the growth of the community over the next 10 years. We've had a designation, we've had multiple modifications at every 10-year interval to bring that forward, and this is what we're in the process of doing now. So we are doing our new designation. We started it in late 2022. It usually takes a 1 to 2 year process working back and forth with the Arizona Department of Water Resources to show them our legal entitlements to groundwater, surface water, effluent, all the things that we own, well rights, water rights associated, and whatnot. So this item before you tonight is a letter we received on May 15th from ADWR saying that they need to know who the signatory will be for the application and an eventual approval, and they requested it to be the highest ranking member of the city of Tucson, which is Mr. Ortega. So they needed a resolution for us to continue the application process that will be ongoing through the rest of the year so that we have an updated designation of assured water supply in the year 2024.
Thank you, John. This is a simple thing, and we're obviously going to do it, but water is so important. I also want to take this opportunity to remind the public that we're in the middle of looking at our water plan, that the draft One Water Tucson, that's our plan until the end of the century, is out there for people to review. And I'd love to see expert eyes on it and comments on it, and I'm sure Director Kamek would as well. And with that, I move resolution 23625 related to water, et cetera.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, do we need a roll call vote? Let's go to roll call.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. This item passes by a vote of 7-0. This other item that we're considering separately?
Is item P, the resolution opposing the federal legislation.
Well, I just wanted to make sure that we considered this item separately as well. I want to first thank Mr. Rankin and the City Attorney's Office for preparing this resolution at the direction of Councilmember Dahl and myself. This is something that's important. I believe one of the speakers talked about the track record of Tucson Mayor and Council supporting the preservation of the Santa Ritas. And taking positions in opposition of the destructive nature of Rosemont Mine and in the Santa Ritas. I support the resolution that we are about to put on for a vote. It expresses our opposition to two federal bills. One is H.R. 209, and the other one is the companion bill, S. 1281, that unfairly and unnecessarily benefit the mining industry. In addition, the resolution expresses our support for one federal mining reform bill, H.R. 7580, sponsored by Congressman Grijalva. This bill creates a better balance between private and public benefits for mining activities, and it provides better protections of public lands for uses beyond mining. I also want to thank my colleagues on the Pima County Board of Supervisors. They have approved a similar resolution. I am proud that the City of Tucson and Pima County have historically stood together to oppose Rosemont Mine. And I want to again recognize our partners from the Tohono O'odham Nation and the Pasquayaqui tribe who have also opposed Rosemont Mine. I believe this mayor and council's principles are clear. As stated in the materials, mining companies should not be able to gain access to federal lands at the expense of all other uses, such as recreation, tourism, conservation, watershed protection, climate mitigation, traditional uses by tribal nations, cultural and historic preservation, healthy forest management, and other uses that contribute significantly to the local, state, and national economies. Simply put, the two bad bills provide additional unfair access to mining companies. And the bill that we want to support provides a more equal and fair approach going forward. Should mayor and council approve this resolution, my office will work with Andrew Greenhill and our federal lobbyists to compose letters to our federal delegation and send them the resolution as soon as possible. So with that, I'd like to move the resolution in front of us.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Mayor, if
Oh.
we could have a council member make the motion.
I move the resolution.
Second.
Please move the resolution, Councilmember Dahl.
So moved.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You so eloquently put out the arguments for why we're opposing bills that give a free ride to mining companies that are making plenty of money. In the Santa Ritas, they're looking for copper. Copper is not an essential metal. We can be recycling copper. There's plenty other copper mines in the world. It's not important. What's really important is Congressman Grijalva's bill to reform how we do mining on public lands in the United States. We are currently under a law that was drafted and passed in 1872. Imagine what mining was like in 1872. You had a grizzled old man with a long beard pulling along a burro with a couple of bags of gold. Unlike oil and gas leases, we don't get royalties from these minerals, which are owned by all of us. It's public. And so it's way past time for reforming the mining industry on public lands. And I'm proud to have made this motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Thank you, Kevin. That's exactly where we were going with this. A couple things. Please don't knock the original Arizona Lottery mascot. I mean, the guy, the guy was all right, but you got that one. Awesome. All right, real quick. There's another piece to this, and everybody knows where I come from on this. We will be vigilant forever. If we have to keep doing delay after delay, this is never going to end for Rosemont. They're never going to get there as long as we're here. The bottom line is that what they're proposing when it comes to water is absolutely ludicrous. That's good for this area of the United States and the southern Arizona desert. That's the bottom line. So that we'll keep dancing with them, but at the end of the day, right now, lithium has completely replaced copper in the needs for energy around the world, and it's a moot point at this point. So thank you for the resolution, and I'm very anxiously and enthusiastically ready to vote for it.
Councilmember Santa Cruz?
Yes, Mayor, thank you to you and Councilmember Dahl for bringing this forward to the council. I've been thinking about a community event I was at on Sunday evening where Indigenous youth came together to speak and present on their equal truths, and it was I can't even think of the term right now, but so many of the youth had visited the Asarco mine and reflected and shared with us about the devastation they felt to see such injury upon the land. And so the decisions made by past governing bodies has an impact on our future generations. And so I strongly support the resolution to oppose this federal legislation that will have the effect of desecrating public lands in our region, threatening our groundwater and damaging this ecosystem. And we have a responsibility to our youth, to our future, to preserve this ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I just want to also include in the comments and for the record that both the acts that we are opposing are intending to legislatively reverse recent decisions by the United States District Court for the District of Arizona in 2019 and the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals in 2022, halting the construction of the proposed Rosemont mine on the eastern slopes of the Santa Rita Mountains, located in Pima County, and then dumping the waste rock and tailings on 2,500 acres of unpatented mining claims in the National Forest. And the district court's ruling confirmed that the Forest Service needs to consider reasonable alternatives when reviewing mining proposals, providing the opportunity for a more balanced approach to public lands management. And I also want to add that the Clean Energy Minerals Reform Act, as sponsored by Senator Heinrich and Representative Grijalva, would enact meaningful mining reforms, including the establishment of royalties on mining operations in a leasing system similar that applies to oil and gas industries, while protecting national parks and monuments and other public lands and key environmental resources. So this is the reason why I am supportive of this resolution, and we've maintained a steady approach to this issue. So with that, I'd like to call a roll call.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Fimbres? Mr. Fimbres? Thank you. Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution passes by a vote of 7-0. Any other items on this?
We're finished with
Okay, we
consent
are
agenda.
finished with consent agenda. Thank you all so much for your presence. Item 8.
Public hearing amending 2018 International Plumbing Code and 2018 International Residential Code to require use of EPA water sense certified fixtures, Ordinance 12009.
City Manager's Communication Number 175, dated June 6th, is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on a proposed amendment to modify the current 2018 International Plumbing Code and 2018 International Residential Code to require use of EPA water sense certified fixtures. Will the staff be making a brief presentation? Okay. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether or not you live in the city, whom you represent, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. Do we have any speakers for this public hearing? We do not have any speakers for these public hearings. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing none, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
So moved.
There is a motion
Second.
and
Second.
a second.
Second.
Any additional comment on this item? Question for staff.
Just a real quick question. I'm going to obviously support this. Everyone is already complying with it. It's hard to go to an appliance store right now and not buy something into water sense. That's fine if I'm building a triplex or a 4 or 5 unit. If I'm building a 200 unit multifamily housing project and I run into a supply chain issue, are we going to be in a position of issuing a temporary CFO pending them being able to get all 1,800 fixtures that they're after if they have delay in that, so we can partially walk them into compliance? And welcome, by the way.
Thank you. Mayor Romero, Member Kozaczek, and members of the council, we have considered what could happen in case of a critical supply chain issue. And if that were to occur, the applicant could apply for a waiver through the building official.
Okay, thank you.
Any others? Alrighty, hearing none. All the roll call? Okay, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Ms. Santa Cruz?
She had to leave. We'll be coming back.
Okay, Mayor Romero?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. So the public hearing is closed. And what is the council's pleasure on ordinance 12009?
Your Honor, I move that we pass.
Oh, we did that? I'm sorry. Okay.
We're on item 9.
So we passed this. We're moving on to item 9. Thank you. Alrighty, we're item 9.
Public hearing.
Ms. Clerk.
I thought that was to close the hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
See, I was right. I thought I was going crazy. Alrighty, so Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12009 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12009 relating to buildings, electricity, plumbing, and mechanical code, amending the City of Tucson 2018 International Plumbing Code and the City of Tucson 2018 International Residential Code, the Tucson Code, Chapter 6, Buildings, Electricity, Plumbing, and Mechanical Code, Article 3, Buildings, Sections 6-124 and 6-38, Residential and Plumbing Codes adopted by adopting the attached local amendments and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor, just well done for PDSD. This helps us with the UDC on some of the plumbing and some of the intricacies and complications we get. More, with that, I move that we pass and adopt 12009.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres? Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12009 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 9.
Public hearing amending the Unified Development Code UDC to prohibit ornamental turf, ordinance 12005.
City Manager's Communication Number 162, dated June 6th, is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on the proposed Unified Development Code text amendment to prohibit ornamental turf in new commercial, industrial, institutional, and common areas of residential development in order to further support water conservation measures administered by Planning and Development Services. Will the staff be making a presentation? This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether or not you live in the city of Tucson, whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. Do we have any speakers for this item? Alrighty, we have one speaker, and this is Tom Przalski.
Thank you. My name is Tom Przalski. I live at 1350 South 8th Avenue. I am here with an organization called Rural Arizona Action. We work on issues of empowering local communities in rural Arizona, which might make you ask, why are you here? This is a city of 500,000 people. What could we possibly have in common with folks in rural areas? Well, as Councilman Dahl just pointed out, and as the governor announced last week, we are in a water crisis in Arizona. So this issue is far bigger than Tucson. There are areas of this state where there is simply not enough water for future development. Pinal County, parts of Maricopa County, as the governor announced last week. And also there are areas in this state where water supplies are being threatened by large investor-owned agricultural operations in Kingman and La Paz County and in Cochise County. So it's long past time that we take this issue seriously, and this body deserves praise for doing so. Anything that gets done on this issue is important for the state as a whole, not only as an example for other communities, but also just responsible behavior, basic responsible behavior, and taking and not squandering our water supplies. It makes it much harder to argue for these augmentation plans if we're not using the water we already have responsibly. And this is an important step in that direction. So we support what this council is doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Przalski. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing none, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any discussion on this? Hearing none. All those, do you have to go to? Okay. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 12005 by number and title only.
Ordinance 12005 relating to planning and zoning, amending the Tucson Code, Chapter 23B, Unified Development Code, Section 7.6.4 and 11.4.2, and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I move that we pass and adopt Resolution 12005.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Ms. Santa Cruz? Aye. Mr. Cunningham? Aye. Mr. Kozaczek? Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12005 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 10.
Public hearing, land use amendment to the Sam Hughes Neighborhood Plan, Resolution 23618.
City Manager's Communication Number 161 dated June 6 is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a proposed update on the Sam Hughes Neighborhood Plan. Will staff be making any presentations on this item? This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether or not you live in the city, whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. Do we have any speakers for this item?
Yes, Your Honor.
Alrighty. We have Gail Hartman.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, my name is Gail Hartman, and I am speaking this evening as the chair of the Sam Hughes Neighborhood Plan Committee. We had a 7-person committee. Some of them are here this evening, some are not. Those that are not here are Meredith Alvarado and Mary Flibson, and perhaps Madeline Cook. And here are Mark Fink, Karima Sleeman, and Marie Yonkers. Mark Fink lives in our neighborhood, thank goodness. He's a former county planner, and it was very helpful to us in making this whole thing happen. We started in January of 2019, a while ago, when our neighborhood association president at the time, Jim Head, told us all, reminded us all, we had a neighborhood plan from 1985, and it was a good plan, but it wasn't 1985 anymore, and that we probably needed to update it. So the 7 of us accepted the challenge, for better or worse, and started to work. Then COVID happened. That slowed us down for about a year. And then because our southern boundary of our neighborhood is adjacent to Broadway, and we were dealing with Sunshine Mile issues, we took another year of negotiation with Rio Nuevo, et cetera. And then about that point, it was time for Councilmember Kozaczek to officially begin the process, which was kind of him. We had 4 public meetings to learn what the neighborhood was interested in, what recommendations people had for the draft plan. 2 were at Himmel Library and 2 were at our annual meetings. We had a lot of interaction with your planning staff. They were wonderful, Rebecca Roop, Lena Perel, and Corin Manning, among others. And also staff members from other departments, transportation and mobility, historic preservation, et cetera. We also presented a draft of the plan to the Planning Commission study session and to the regular Planning Commission, and both were recommended approval. So we're pleased with the way it has turned out. As with most neighborhoods in Tucson, we're proud of ours, and we want it to remain a good place to live. I will just show you that our 1985 plan was modest and in black and white. Our current one, which is kind of a messy because this is a draft, but it has some color and it's a little bit bigger. We focused on, as you might expect, land use and transportation and mobility. Those were kind of the 2 biggest issues. But also, we included a chapter on the history of the neighborhood, because the neighborhood's been there a long time, it has an interesting history, and we thought it was worthwhile giving people the opportunity to understand that history. And we included a summary of this 1985 plan, because a lot actually from that plan had been accomplished. It was clear that an updated plan was needed then. In conclusion, we've received a lot of neighborhood support, and we hope you will support our new plan. And we are happy to answer any questions if you have them. Thank you.
No questions. Thank you, Ms. Hartman.
Anybody else?
Anyone else interested in the audience wanting to speak to the mayor and council on this issue? Hearing none.
I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Public hearing is closed. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23618 by number and title only.
Resolution 23618 relating to planning and zoning, TP AMD 0523000004, approving update of the Sam Hughes Neighborhood Plan, SHNP, bounded by Campbell Avenue to the west, Speedway Boulevard to the north, Country Club Road to the east, and Broadway Boulevard to the south, and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I just would like to, piggyback on some of what Gail said. The residents and city staff, my office, city staff of all different departments, as Gail said, have been working really hard on this. And so kudos to you and to the committee that's been working on this plan. Gail mentioned some of the challenges. COVID hit, the Sunshine Mile overlay was sort of rolled into this whole thing. But finally across the finish line. And there are several other neighborhoods in Midtown that are also working on plan updates. The work that Sam Hughes has invested in this is going to serve those other efforts well as a template, and not only for the process, but also for the product. Want to thank Gail and the Sam Hughes Committee for their work. In addition to that, Corin Manning, Dan, and Rebecca Roop, who are all here as well. Y'all should take a bow for the real hard work that you did. And with that, I would recommend adoption of the updated Sam Hughes plan.
Second.
There is a motion and a second to pass and adopt Resolution 23618. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham? Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 23618 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 11.
Public hearing, fiscal year 2023-2024 budget as tentatively adopted on May 23, 2023.
City Manager's Communication Number 185, dated June 6th, is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget as tentatively adopted. Will staff be making any presentations at this moment?
No, Mayor, thank you.
Alrighty. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether or not you live in the city, whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. Let's see, do we have any speakers for this item? We do have speakers, and we will start with James Garcia.
My name is James Garcia. I'm here on behalf of ASME. I'm the designee today because Jonathan Slick couldn't be here. Our vice president, he's on personal leave. We made an ask back in August for full-time release positions. We turned in the paperwork. We've been in discussions for several months now, so our ask is that it be included in the budget. That's our ask. We have a model, a paradigm over at Phoenix, our municipality there. We even have Katie Obbs as an honorary member. we're welcoming upper level staff to come up there for a day, all expenses paid, to show how we could work together instead of an adversarial relationship that we have right now. So that's our ask. We've been asking for full-time positions, and we thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Gisela Aaron, I believe it is. Gisela Aaron. I do not see her. Suzanne Schaefer.
I'm Suzanne Schaefer, City of Tucson resident, representing myself, not paid. I want to thank you all for your words about Donovan. It really doesn't feel right to stand here without offering condolences to his family, friends, and to all of you as his colleagues. He will really be missed. Another thank you for your commitment to keeping our transit fare-free. This really provides a foundation that empowers people to meet their own needs independently without having to rely on services to get to services. As far as the budget, my question really concerns allocation of staffing resources. I'm not here to say, with regard to human services versus policing and so forth, I'm certainly not here to say that you're not doing enough in the housing and homeless services arena, because you're doing a lot, it's very effective, and you're not doing enough and you know it. We all know that we're not doing enough. And that the need is greater than what we're meeting. And I see that need, but I also see a lot of people benefiting. And I also know that there are a lot of people in the community that really think that more police officers are desperately needed and that is a solution that we need to pursue. But we have, as I understand it, we have unfilled positions in the police department. According to the Tucson Sentinel, it's like 137, and we're working hard to recruit. It's hard to hire police officers. I think there's a consensus in this community and a lot of communities that the culture of policing needs to be shifting and changing. I think that this city is part of that. But if we have all our other departments basically understaffed, community safety, health and wellness, housing, community development, what could those people do with more staff positions? Because I see what those staffers are doing in the community. This mic is weird tonight. So I just wonder if there's consideration over time of shifting the budget that is there for police positions that are not being filled and, maybe shouldn't be filled, because we have these other needs. The climate action plan, we had lots of people talking last week about how it's a great plan, but it's, how are we going to implement it with limited staff? So that's really my question and concern about that. And on the human services side, I was really, really excited and encouraged last year when the city manager talked about and described the contract that the city had put together with Splinter Collective to help to maintain and care for Estevan Park and the folks that were staying there. And the time I've spent at Splinter Collective, it's an amazing community of welcoming community of people who are working really hard to make each other's lives better, lovingly, and to make the community's lives better. And coming up with these kinds of models, is just, I think it's so key. Clearly, we have communication issues, like, people that are caring for folks in the community, back off of the, code enforcement violations, back off of the misdemeanor charges, and, give some slack to a place. I've been over there numerous times since the encampment moved to a place where it's now not supposed to be. It's peaceful. It's, people are taking care of each other and they're organized, and it's just, public nuisance, I just don't know who's the nuisance. So those are got it. Thanks very much for your time.
You had 35 seconds to spare, Ms. Schaefer. We don't have any additional speakers for the public hearing designated for their budget. Are there any speakers wanting to speak on this particular item? It has to be on the budget. So if you're here to speak on the budget, you can come forward. Please make sure that you state your name, whether or not you live in the city of Tucson, whom you are representing, and whether or not you're a paid speaker.
All right, good evening and thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Peter Norquist. I live in the city. I am a resident in Ward 3. I am representing myself and nobody is paying me. I'm here of my own volition. So thank you. I'm going to be brief and I appreciate the time to speak. Ms. Message, I'm sorry you weren't allowed to keep your promise that you gave me last time. I hope that you will be allowed to in the future. So what I want to say in relation to the budget is that I have a simple request that the city reserve $8,500 to retain telecom attorney Andrew Campanelli to work with local attorneys to draft a substantive protective telecom ordinance. Campanelli has helped pass protective ordinances for dozens of communities across the country. He's also offered free consultations for Tucson City Council, mayor, and staff, which that sounds like a pretty good deal in terms of the budget. Pima County and Chandler, as examples, have consulted with and listened to Mr. Campanelli. So my question tonight simply is, can the city afford $8,500 in their budget to fix the unlawful deployment of 5G cell towers and protect people's safety, privacy, and property values? I would respectfully ask that you retain Andrew Campanelli for a free consultation and put forward $8,500, a comparatively small fee compared to many of the other fees that have been discussed this evening, to fix Tucson's unlawful deployment problem for the following fiscal year of 23 and 24. That's all. I'm finishing early. Thank you very much for your time.
Any others wishing to be heard on the budget item? Alrighty. So if there's no further discussion, I believe that, or there's another one. Okay. Please come and state your name, whether or not you live in the city, whom you are representing, or whether or not you are a paid speaker.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Tate Williams. I live in Tucson. I live in Ward 6, and I'm not being paid to be here. I do volunteer with various community groups in the city, including one called Community Care Tucson, which supports unhoused people in and around downtown primarily. And I also, before I get started, I just wanted to also just echo my support for Splinter Collective and just talk about the amazing work that they do and how it's really heartbreaking to see any sort of antagonism between the city and what Splinter's doing, because I think they're an incredible asset to the community and they're doing things that a lot of other kind of institutions in the city can't or won't do. So I just want to express my support for Splinter before I get into the main part of what I want to talk about. And I'm actually not here on behalf of Splinter or the organization Community Care Tucson. I'm here speaking on behalf of members of the Tucson business community. And about a week ago or so, myself and a group of several other folks from various organizations and businesses started reaching out to the small business community in Tucson to discuss the housing crisis in the city and how businesses can support the city's unhoused community. The result that we came up with was an open letter that we sent to the mayor and council. We sent it via email a few days ago, I believe. Right now it's up to 64 signatures to date. Almost all of the signatories are businesses or business leaders in the community, although there are a few churches and a couple of nonprofits in the mix, but it's overwhelmingly members of the business community. And, you know, one thing I want to be clear, also kind of echoing what Liz Casey was saying earlier, the organizers of this letter and the businesses who signed on to this, we don't, you know, we're supportive of what the city is doing. We're supportive of the Housing First program that you're pursuing. We're supportive of a lot of the steps that you're taking, but I think like a lot of the speakers have expressed tonight, we're frustrated at the lack of progress that we see on the ground in the communities that we deal with one-on-one all the time. And clearly, based on the huge response that we got from businesses, frankly, a lot bigger than we thought it was going to be, they're frustrated and concerned too. There's a lot of pain, a lot of trauma in the community, and people really want more done. And so I do want to present the letter. I just want to read it tonight. Another thing that I wanted to note on this, though, is, you know, I am presenting this as part of the public hearing on the budget, but I want to be clear that several of the businesses that we spoke to, they were really clear that they want this to be the start of a conversation with the city, that they want this to be opening the door and having businesses play a part in finding these solutions. So they don't think that it ends here tonight with the adoption of this budget. And so I hope you'll view it as that. So I basically, you know, before I read it, I'm just going to read the letter to you. I know you have it, but I hope the mayor and council will appreciate this letter for what it actually is, which is, you know, a sign that the business community in Tucson has just an incredible amount of compassion and care for human beings. And that's really admirable, and I think something that we should all be really proud of. The whole process was very moving for everybody involved. And it's also a sign, though, of leaders' eagerness in the business community to actually work with the rest of the community and work with the city to try to find long-term, effective, humane solutions to what is a very complex problem. So I hope if you take anything away from this letter, that's it. So I'm just going to read it, just, you know, for the record here. It's titled, Mayor and Council Invest More in Housing, Shelter, and Resources for Our Unhoused Community. Tucson is experiencing an affordable housing crisis. We acknowledge the need for new and converted housing stock, and we support the steps the city is taking to expand the number of shelter beds. We also accept that encampments are not a long-term solution. However, despite the city's efforts, the houseless population has increased over 300% since 2018. In 2022, at least 2,227 people were houseless on any given night. Based on shelter bed capacity in the city, only 36 of houseless individuals had a shelter bed available to them. We've seen the struggles of our unhoused neighbors and related crime that is often an act of desperation, but we know and research supports that these problems can only be truly solved through investments in real, lasting solutions, such as housing, shelters, and supportive services. At the same time, people who do not have housing and cannot stay in the insufficient number of existing shelters are still a part of our community. They deserve to be treated with dignity and compassion. Forced relocation, arrest, and incarceration only continue the cycles of trauma that lead people to homelessness in the first place. We, the undersigned Tucson businesses and local leaders, support greater investment in the city's resources and affordable housing, shelter, transit, and social services that will advance real, long-term solutions to the housing crisis. We also support alternatives to the current practices of clearing encampments, forcing relocation, and using the carceral system as a solution to homelessness. We recognize this is a difficult and complex problem, but we implore the mayor and council to invest in real solutions and implement humane policies that will support our unsheltered neighbors and create a stronger and more compassionate city. And I thank you very much for letting me go over time. I really wanted to finish that.
Thank you so much. I just wanted you to finish your letter for the record.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Appreciate you all coming here. I think we have a procedural method of closing the public hearing and then moving into a special session. So we're still not done with our budget discussion. Ms. Clerk, what do we?
We could have a motion to close the public hearing. So moved.
There's a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Now we will move into a special meeting. So let's go into roll call. We're just moving directly into the special meeting. So Ms. Clerk, let's go to roll call.
Mix Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mr. Cunningham. Here. Mr. Dahl.
Here.
Mrs. Lee. Here. Mr. Fimbres.
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek. Mayor Romero.
Here. Council will stand in session. We go to item 2.
Adoption of final budget fiscal year 2023-24, resolution number 23629.
City Manager's communication number 186 dated June 6 is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read resolution 23629 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23629 relating to finance, finally determining and adopting estimates of proposed expenditures by the City of Tucson for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2024, declaring that together said expenditures shall constitute the budget of the City of Tucson for such fiscal year, and declaring that the 5-year capital improvement program, CIP, has been approved, with the first year of the CIP being adopted as part of the aforementioned budget.
What is the council's pleasure?
Thank you, Your Honor. This is quite a budget. When I first started on the council, the general fund budget was right around $400 million, and the total budget was under $800 million. This year, the total budget is $2.2 billion with a general fund cost of $753 million. A lot of the proportions have changed, but what I like about this budget is we went for it. We wanted to deliver. We wanted to make that service delivery we wanted. And not only that, we didn't spend money like it was falling out of the sky. We've squirreled some away so that we can continue to sustain the service delivery we've adopted. And that's why, for me, not just holistically, but this is one of the best budgets you guys have ever put together. It is so well done as far as meeting all the needs that we've discussed throughout this entire year. And the biggest challenge we've had is having the people to do all the things we want to do in this budget. And if we can get there, it's going to be a real special year for Tucson. So with that, I move when we pass and adopt the 23-24 FY 23-24 fiscal budget, Resolution 23629.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Santa Cruz?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment briefly, and we've talked about this earlier in the year, but I'm really wanting to make sure that we're setting up on online and in-person participation during our budget cycle, so that we're giving an opportunity from the community to share their priorities before putting something in front of mayor and council. I know this has been ongoing, but I think instead of waiting till January of next year and that kind of being in the back burner, that we start thinking about that now. Because I think it is important that we have a mechanism for getting community input that doesn't just feel ceremonial, like the public hearings during the regular meeting. And then finally, I think in that spirit, that it's important to make the distinction in regard to the general fund. The general fund is one of the sources of the city's entire budget, but there are also multiple funding sources that go into a department budgets, like federal, state funding, grants, propositions, and more. And so I want to make sure that we're giving a more holistic picture of what's funding our departments rather than just the general fund. So with that, thank you, Mayor.
On that note, Councilmember Santa Cruz, I just wanted to allow this time to have the city manager or his staff, just in case you want to have clarification points for some of the misinformation or lack of information in terms of what you've heard tonight and previously from mayor and council and the community. Mr. Ortega?
Thank you, Mayor. I will try to be succinct because there's a lot of, information out there that may not be totally accurate. So you had some speakers this evening. I want to go through some of the pieces of that. First of all, you had a request, which was the second time you've heard it, for full-time positions for AFSCME. That is part of our meet and confer process. They would be the only ones that we would be funding, and so we're going through that process now. We are waiting for them to be recognized by their national organization, and so that has been put on hold temporarily until we do get confirmation from the national group. You also heard a speaker talk about vacancies in police. If you remember, that was one of the strategies I brought to you to utilize those commission vacant positions for professional staff, as well as some of our community safety, health, and wellness support functions. So that's already in process, so we appreciate that speaker making that comment, but you were already on that. I wanted to make sure that was clear. There was a mention about the Splinter Collective and the agreement there. As I mentioned before, I do think that the framework for that agreement is our future, in that it mobilizes either a nonprofit organization and/or a nonprofit neighborhood association. So I'm committed to working out the kinks and the details. It's a learning experience both for the staff as well as for the Splinter. We have a meeting coming up to hopefully iron out some of those pieces. But recognizing that my motivation, my goal there is for us to be able to scale that for all of you and all of your neighborhoods where we can solicit help from the neighborhood associations and other nonprofits across the entirety of the community. Also had a speaker talk through some outside counsel. We'll take that under advisement. We appreciate that. The reality is we do have some procurement challenges to just select someone. However, we also have an opportunity for us to explore that, and we will certainly look at that down the road. Lastly, Mayor, at least on the comments, Councilmember Santa Cruz mentioned the public participation or community input. Absolutely agree with you. I'm hopeful that our new Workday system, our ERP, will be up and running. It already is, and we're really liking what we're seeing in terms of reports. I think you saw during the study session some of the challenges with just Schedule E and how that all works. I can tell you as an example, the police budget seems to have this huge increase in expenditure, and on the Schedule E, it shows that. But when you dissect what those costs are, they're basically consistent with many of the other costs that we have across the board, to include pensions, salary increases. It's not necessarily an expansion of those dollars going to that function. But the other piece that's important is you remember that in the 5-year investment plan, I show you where those dollars are on a spreadsheet. Once we finish with that, then we have to distribute that back into the budget. And so you will see deviations or changes to the budgets year over year. And so what, excuse me, what you see in the budget in 1 year may change the following year because of the investment plan and the supplementals. And that's an important piece. So I appreciate the fact that people ask about it so we can explain it and walk them through it. There's no smoke and mirrors here. It's all very open. And I appreciate your leadership in that space. Last thing I will leave you with on those topics, I think Councilmember Cunningham gave us some kudos. I really have to pass those along to our staff. This is a very long process. It is a very complex process. I wish it weren't. I think it's just addition and subtraction, but the staff keeps assuring me it's a little more complex than that. But I will tell you, we have a great team. It's a very small team, but a great team that puts all of those pieces together. The leadership of Anna Rosenberry, Angel, and Johanna Hernandez, just to name a few. So I wanted to make sure that they're recognized for the efforts as this final budget is presented to you. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Ortega, can you expound on the expenses made on, because there are some departments within the city of Tucson that saw a big jump in their budget, TPD being one of them. And TPD, besides the investment plan, which is used for infrastructure, right? It's used for purchasing vehicles, purchasing bulletproof vests, purchasing radios, which have to be changed every 5 years. Transportation and mobility also has a big jump. Is that connected to Proposition 411 and the investments, the additional sales taxes that we're receiving there? And talk a little bit about health benefits and how it affects all of the departments. And then PSPRS and TRS, which is our retirement systems, and how that is affecting what's being reflected on the budgets.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to remember all of those, so if I miss one, you can remind me. So I'll start with the PSPRS. So our public safety personnel retirement system costs have continued to increase. I've gone through that with you in a fair amount of detail. But just boiling it down, just in the police budget, it went up over $22 million this year. That's just one piece. And so those are costs that you do not control, I do not control. Those are a function of the actuarial changes based on longevity of retirees, as well as the return on investments. And so those pieces will ebb and flow over the course of the life of that program, which is over 20, I believe it's 28 or 29 years. So that cost, and that's just the police piece, then you can couple that with some of the fire costs as well. TSRS, that's our own system, has gone up modestly, but I will also tell you there was a recommendation, as there has been in the last few years, by the TSRS board to pass along cost to the employees. I suggested we not do that this year simply because there is enough concern or enough challenge, if you will, in explaining both the compensation plan and the structure for that, as well as the health insurance benefit component. And thank you for your leadership in that space as well. The health insurance benefit conversation has gone well. The deadline, by the way, if you haven't gotten it done, is tomorrow. So I would encourage you very, very strongly, and I will personally visit each of you to make sure of that. But that's a real important piece, because what we found is that the employees are much more educated and well-versed in the health insurance benefit. And those conversations, I think, are extremely important. And they seemed like late, but they've been going on for some time. I'm expecting that as time goes on, more individuals, more employees will shift to the HSA as an opportunity. I can tell you, as I told you in the study session a couple months ago, the current network plan is not sustainable. So we have to think about how to deal with that going forward. That's not the sky is falling. It's really a function of allocating cost to those benefits accordingly. Mary also mentioned just the changes in how the investment plan is reflected, and that goes back to not only the investment plan, but also the capital improvement program. You mentioned Prop 411. So just to refresh your memory, we had budgeted in the current fiscal year in FY23, $40 million. Well, the expected revenue on an annual basis will be in excess of 70. So that by itself is a $30 million apparent increase. All it was, if you recall, even though we started collecting dollars in July, I did not expect to be able to expend it all. So rather than over budget, I wanted to make sure we got into a more reasonable amount. So next year, you see a $30 million increase, if you will, in terms of the expenditure side. The revenues are basically the same as what they had been. The other piece that's built into the budget, I've mentioned to you before, is concern over the volatility of the economy. I think that's a piece that we can't lose sight of. Again, not telling you the sky's falling, but we have to be very deliberate and very diligent in our review and analysis of that going forward. I will continue to update you on a monthly basis. I probably won't do that via study session unless I see something catastrophic on the horizon, but it's important that you know in real time, or as best we can, what's going on with the economy, particularly on revenues. Last thing I'll leave you with on that piece, one of the things that really affected the budget this year was the flat tax. If you remember, the legislature had established I believe it's 2.5% flat tax. That hit in 26 will be about $26 million. They tried to make up for that by giving us one-time money this year, which was great. Shows the spike in our budget this year, but it's one-time money. I remain concerned in the 25-26 year because of that challenge coming forward. So Mayor, I try to get all of your pieces there. If I left anything off, I'm happy to come back and answer them.
You didn't leave anything out, but I'm going to add questions. Earlier during the study session, we had a conversation about the investments being made by the city of Tucson, and thanks to grants and federal monies regarding unsheltered homelessness and affordable housing. Can you share some information as discussed in the study session? Because as Councilmember Santa Cruz said earlier, general fund budget doesn't reflect the investments that mayor and council are targeting for unsheltered homelessness and affordable housing. Can you please discuss briefly the amounts of funds that are being dedicated to unsheltered homelessness and affordable housing. And maybe you might want to add a little bit more about funds dedicated to additional resources for mental behavioral health with our work with nonprofit organizations.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to do that. As I mentioned and Liz mentioned during the study session, it really isn't fair to look at just one piece and say, that's what we are investing in our housing or our unsheltered folks. It has to be a little broader than that. Just while we were sitting here earlier and listening to some of the commentary, the staff and I put together just the funding that we could identify right now, and it's in excess of $116 million. Keeping in mind that it's a holistic approach. It is not one piece. Every action that we take is deliberate and based on the direction that we receive from you in terms of acquiring properties, renovating properties. You heard during the discussion, we have about 1,000 units that are in the pipeline now and are ready for, or will be ready, will be ready for use in the not too distant future. That's just our investment. On top of that, you heard conversations about our applications for LIHTC and all the pieces that go along with that. You're well versed in our Thrive in the 05 efforts on Tucson House and some of the things that are going on there. So I think it's important to put it in that perspective, but also looking at all of the different departments that are a function of this effort. And somebody asked me the other day, what does our budget look like in terms of this discussion? And it's in the tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, because when you look at the support structure for this, it's not a singular line item. It is to be taken all inclusive so that all departments have a function in that. We oftentimes hear about our public safety partners and departments. That's but one component. We also have community health, safety, health, and wellness. We've got our planning and development services. We've got our transportation. We've got our environmental services folks. All of those functions go together and work as a team to address the magnitude of the challenges that we face. So I think Mary, I don't want to copy your word, but you used the word layered. And I would think of that in terms of the external partners, because keep in mind that through your leadership, you've also doled out millions and millions of dollars, both in CARES and in ARPA money, as well as even general fund money to the nonprofit sector that's out there doing great work. And you are supportive of that through the energy and effort that you've put forth in really designating dollars for that effort. And the accountability of that is very direct. You saw on the point in time count where if you take a snapshot, it looks like there's this huge increase. Yeah, but if you factor in the pandemic, CDC guidelines, et cetera, and you look at year over year, actually the energy and effort that's been put forth in driving additional housing and additional beds has actually reduced that number from 22 to 23. I'm expecting that trend to continue going forward based on the very targeted investments that you're making. Happy to answer more questions, Mayor.
Any additional questions or comments on the budget? Well, I personally want to make sure that I thank you, Mr. Manager, and your entire team for working together for months to bring these presentations to Mayor and Council and to our community. I believe that all of the input that we've been giving you throughout these months is reflected in the budget. I think we have arrived at a good place. As always, much more to do, right? We have so much more need than we have the budget to do. But thanks to the work of you and your team and my really pushing our weight as the 33rd largest city in the country with the federal partners, with our congressional delegations, we have been able to bring more than $80 million of federal funds to the city of Tucson in the form of grants for infrastructure, for investment in community safety, for investment in public safety, for investment in infrastructure, for investment in unsheltered homelessness, and that does not include the partnerships that we're starting to make with Governor Hobbs and the state and the Arizona Department of Housing that is really bearing fruit as we speak. I just want to talk about how our planning efforts as a mayor and council are really being effective and making the city of Tucson prepared to receive additional funds because of our work and preliminary work and housing affordability and putting together a housing affordability strategy for Tucson. We have been able to receive from Arizona Department of Housing $2 million for a housing work program and other unsheltered homeless needs. And today we heard from the governor's office that we're receiving another $2.7 million to pay for nights in, another option for Housing First. Because of the strategizing and the planning work that we did, for example, with the Drexel Street Bridge, which is a multimodal bridge that is desperately needed in the South Side, and the investment of $1 million in general fund, we were able to be ready for and request from leader Andres Cano, and eventually the governor supported and the state legislature put it in their budget to bring in $15 million in state funds to build that bridge. Because of the work that we're doing with our congressional delegation and advocating for additional money for affordable housing, putting together that housing affordability strategy for Tucson with congressional funding, member-directed funding, we are in line to receive $4 million to help construct the 10th Avenue project and possibly build 300 additional affordable housing units. Because of this mayor and council's willingness to put funds in the hands of nonprofits that are helping us with behavioral mental health and sheltered needs in our community, we were able to fund Splinter Collective with $75,000 so that we can pilot a program to see how on the ground nonprofit organizations can help us. And because we've invited the Splinter Collective to apply for the second round of American Rescue Plan dollars, they will continue to do their work. City budgets are complex, and as the 33rd largest city in this country, I'm really happy of all the innovative approaches that this mayor and council have been able to venture in. As I said earlier, in our study session, 3 years ago, we did not have a Housing First program or a director to lead it. We did not have a community safety, health, and wellness program or a director and a team of care coordinators to help us with our most vulnerable residents in Tucson. We did not have many of the programs that we've instituted in the past 3 years alone to reflect the priorities of this mayor and council and what we're trying to do to make sure that we create a thriving city where every person in the city of Tucson have economic opportunities and quality of life. So I agree with Councilmember Santa Cruz that in previous years, back in 2021 and 2022, we did much more community engagement and outreach before we presented the budget to the community. So I would like to request, Mr. Manager, that in next year's budget that we incorporate the type of community engagement strategies, including ward-specific town halls, presentations by city departments to the community. We also had done an online survey to make sure that we have adequate community participation in the budgeting process. So all in all, I am very happy as to where we are. Am looking forward to continued discussion as to how we move into the rest of the year and into next budgetary fiscal year. So with that, I will again allow if there's any other of my colleagues wishing to add any comments. If not, Ms. Clerk, let's go to roll call.
On the motion to approve Resolution 23629, Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mrs. Lee? Great job. Aye. Mr. Fambris?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Good job.
Aye. Resolution 23629 passes by a vote of 7-0. This special meeting is adjourned. At this time, we will reconvene the regular meeting. Ms. Clerk?
Item 12, zoning, Tucson Electric Power, TEP Vale Substation, Rita Road, RH2I1.
City Manager's Communication Number 163 dated June 6th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 125 acres of a 219-acre parcel from RH Rural Homestead Residential to I-1 Light Industrial for the expansion of the existing TP Vale 345 kilovolt and 138 kilovolt substation. Staff recommends authorization of I-1 zoning subject to certain conditions. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of I-1 zoning subject to required conditions. Is the applicant or representative present? Come on up, please. State your name and who you're representing for the record, please. Yes.
Tucson Electric Power?
Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Definitely.
Thank you. And that was it? Not very painful. Not very painful. What is the council's pleasure on this item?
Well, I'll talk about it very briefly since it's been a long night. This is really exciting because this rezoning will support a new 200 megawatt battery energy storage system, which will be TEP's largest energy storage facility. And this is important to us, and we should care about this because the Vale Substation project is one component of TEP's work to reduce carbon dioxide emissions through the phase out of coal. The project also supports TEP's plan to provide more than 70% of its power from renewable sources by 2035. I have a lot more we could say, but my voice is not going to allow it. So with that, Mayor, I want to move that we approve and request the rezoning as recommended by the zoning examiner.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 13.
Zoning Verizon Wireless Communication Facility, Miracle Mile C1, Special Exception Land Use Ordinance Adoption, Ordinance 12006.
City Manager's Communication Number 164 dated June 6th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request for approval of a wireless communication facility as a special exception land use. The special exception site is located at 818 Miracle Mile, approximately 315 feet north of Miracle Mile and 435 feet east of Fairview Avenue in the C2 zone. The preliminary development plan proposes a wireless communication tower with 3 sectors of antennas and 4 antennas per sector for a total of 12 antenna panels. Staff recommends approval of the wireless communications tower as a special exception land use in the C2 zone and ordinance adoption. The zoning examiner recommends approval of the special exception request subject to recommended conditions. Is the applicant or representative present? Come up to the tall mic, please.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right.
State your name and who you are representing.
I'm John Katsiris, representing Pinnacle Consulting, and I made this request.
Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
I am.
Excellent. That was it?
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12006 by number and title only.
Ordinance 12006 relating to zoning, a special exception land use wireless communications facility, SE 22-41 Verizon Miracle Mile, 315 feet north of Miracle Mile and 435 feet east of Fairview Avenue, approving with conditions the construction of a wireless communication facility 80 feet in the air disguised as a broadleaf monopole located within a 900 square foot lease area in the C2 zone and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, just before the vote, as I mentioned during the study session, there was an error in the brief description that described it as being disguised as a broadleaf tree or a mono elm. It's not, it's just a straight up monopole, and the balance of the materials had that correct. But I just want to make sure I said this on the record.
Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you. I move that we pass and adopt ordinance 12006.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any continued discussion on this item? Hearing none, we have to go to roll call.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham? Mr. Kozaczek? Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12006 passed by a vote of 7-0. Item 14.
Elections, calling a special election for November 7th, 2023 for the purpose of voter consideration of the recommendation of the Citizens Commission on Public Service and Compensation regarding the salaries of the mayor and council. Ordinance 12001.
I'm sorry about that.
Zero.
City Manager's Communication Number 181 dated June 6th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12011 by number and title only.
Ordinance 12011 relating to elections, calling a special election on November 7th, 2023 to submit to the city's qualified electors a question relating to amending sections 8 and 9 of Chapter 5 of the Tucson Charter to provide that effective December 4th, 2023, the mayor's annual salary shall increase from $42,000 to 1.25 times the annual salary set for the members of the Pima County Board of Supervisors Board, and the council members' annual salaries shall increase from $24,000 to the annual salary set for members of the board by ARS Section 11419A, with mayor and council salaries to be correspondingly adjusted thereafter in conformity with any adjustments to the salary for board members made through amendment of ARS 11-419A and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor?
So moved.
Oh, let's let Richard.
Richard did the motion. May I have a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion or clarity, Mr. Rankin, for purposes of what we're doing right now?
Certainly, Mayor. Mayor, members of the council. Back in 1993, the voters of the city of Tucson amended the city charter to create a defined process that occurs every 2 years under which a citizen or a civilian commission gets together and it reviews council and mayor salaries and either makes a recommendation for an adjustment or doesn't. And that charter amendment, that charter provision, which continues to exist in our Chapter 5, Section 9.1 of the charter, provides that if the commission does make a recommendation for a change to the salaries, that the recommendation shall be placed on the ballot by the mayor and council. So by approving this motion and adopting the ordinance and calling this special election, you're simply carrying out the procedures that are required under the Tucson Charter as amended by the voters back in 1993.
Any other questions or further clarity? Councilmember Santa Cruz?
No, I just say that I want to thank the Citizens Commission for their work and putting this before mayor and council so that we can put it before the voters.
Thank you. Any others? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham? Mayor Romero.
Aye. Ordinance 12011 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 15,
Finance, adoption of fiscal year 2024 compensation plan and schedules, ordinance adoption, ordinance number 12012.
City Manager's Communication Number 183 dated June 6th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 12012 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12012 relating to compensation plan, Tucson Code, Chapter 10, Civil Service Human Resources, Article 2, Compensation Plan, Section 10-31, adopting salary schedules for fiscal year 2024, implementing Section 10-31, ratifying, reaffirming, and reenacting Sections 10-31-8, 10-31-9, 10-33, 10-33.1, 10-34, 10-34.1, 10-34.2, 10-34.3, 10-34.4, 10-34.5, 10-35, 10-41, 10-47, 10-48, 10-49, 10-52, 10-53.1, 10-53.2, 10-53.3, 10-53.5, 10-53.7, 10-53.8, and 10-53.9, amending Section 10-31-7, providing percentages for calculation of compensation from salary schedules for employees in specified assignment positions to revise current assignment positions, to add new assignment positions and remove assignment positions of water treatment plant trainee, code inspector trainee, and utility services worker trainee, and amend in Section 10-53.9 tool enhancement allowance to add emergency vehicle technicians in the fire department's fleet services division, all as part of implementation of the annual compensation plan for fiscal year 2024 and declaring an emergency.
Well done, Ms. Clerk. And without skipping a beat or taking a breath. What is the council's pleasure?
So moved.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Your Honor, next time I go to the rap battle, I want to bring Suzanne.
You would be really good at auctions, I would say. Any further discussion?
Actually, on a serious note, one other thing, welcome to our team. You've really done it. It's been an amazing transformation in your department since you've been here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Yashenko. Really appreciate your work and looking forward to this vote. So let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12012 passes by a vote of 7-0. Thank you. Item 16,
Adjournment.
council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, July 18th, 2023, at or after 5:30 p.m. Have a wonderful rest of your week, everyone, and see you July 18th. Yay!